Han Fei did not continue to harvest the soul-attracting jellyfish, but quickly turned back to find Xia Xiaochan. Then he hurried back to Zhang Xuanyu when he failed to find Xia Xiaochan. Halfway along, when he was only a few kilometers away from Zhang Xuanyu, Xia Xiaochan suddenly appeared beside him. He was startled and almost hacked at her. Han Fei asked, "Why did you suddenly pop up? Where have you been?" Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei strangely. "I was hunting soul-attracting jellyfish. Where did you go?" With that said, Xia Xiaochan pinched a soul resistance pearl in her hand while staring at Han Fei. Han Fei raised his hand awkwardly. "Oh. What a coincidence. I also accidentally killed a soul-attracting jellyfish just now." Xia Xiaochan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. "Really?" "Yes." Han Fei's heart was trembling. Did she keep following him? Seriously, if Xia Xiaochan followed her, he might not be able to discover her. Did she see Little Black's attack? And he also used the demon purification pot just now. Did she see it? Han Fei was about to speak when Xia Xiaochan swished away and landed beside Luo Xiaobai, who was pale. At this moment, Lu Renkuang had already awakened, rubbing his head stunned. He passed out just now, but he knew he had eaten a soul resistance pearl. That was really great. He ate it without doing anything. Xia Xiaochan handed out another soul resistance pearl. "Xiaobai, eat it." "What about you?" Xia Xiaochan casually said, "I'll go hunt some later. There are so many soul-attracting jellyfish here. They are all ours." Zhang Xuanyu held a vine and breathed heavily. "How about resting for 2 hours? My mental energy consumption has been great and I'm a little tired." Han Fei threw the soul resistance pearl in his hand to Zhang Xuanyu. "Here you are. Although your mental energy is strong, we need you to be stronger. Eat this." Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. "Aren't you looking for Xia Xiaochan? Why did you also kill one?" Han Fei gave him a smug smile. "Did you forget about my million knife art?" Zhang Xuanyu thought, "No, I didn't. But even if you have the million knife art, can you withstand so many waves of mental shocks in a row?" Although Zhang Xuanyu was still puzzled, he caught the soul resistance pearl and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then he exclaimed, "Let me take you to sweep the waters later. The soul resistance pearls are all ours." Han Fei smiled and didn't speak, sitting down next to Lu Renkuang as if saying he was ready to go. Then he took out a pack of fish dragon cards. "Let's play cards. Everyone?" Even Lu Renkuang was stunned. "Brother, we are exploring the dangerous land. How can you still have the time to play cards?" Han Fei continued, "Didn't Zhang Xuanyu say he wanted to rest for 2 hours? Then let's play cards." Zhang Xuanyu immediately sat down. "I like this." Soon, it became lively. Although Luo Xiaobai was interested in playing cards, she had always felt that it would take up her time and energy, so she would only play cards in her spare time. At this moment, she just sat beside Xia Xiaochan and gave her advice. Han Fei announced, "Call the landlord." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Grab the landlord." Xia Xiaochan said, "I'll grab it." Xia Xiaochan became the landlord. They were playing with the cards happily, completely forgetting their purpose of coming here. In the depth of the sea, 4 or 5 miles away, Wen Renyu's face was all black. "What the F*** are you doing?" You came all the way from the town to the dangerous land of the level 2 fishery to play cards? Are you kidding me? 2 hours later. Xiao Xiaochan raised her hand. Zhang Xuanyu owes me 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Xiao Mania owes me 6,000, and Han Fei owes me 12,000. Pay me when we return to the town. Han Fei dropped the bad cards in his hand. Xiao Xiaochan, let me tell you. When I conceived the fish dragon cards, I made it clear that it was not a gambling game and no one shall pay more than 1 low-quality pearl for this game. Xiao Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. Do you want to repudiate your debt? Don't even think of it. Zhang Xuanyu mumbled, it's not fair. Xiao Bai was helping you all the way. You would have lost right away if you had played by yourself. Lu Renquang scratched his head. Yes, it'll hurt our friendship. Now shall we go fight soul-attracting jellyfish? Zhang Xuanyu and Han Fei looked at each other and quickly got up. Han Fei agreed. Yes, why are we here? Experience and cultivate. What about you, Xiao Xiaochan? Is playing cards your pursuit? Xiao Xiaochan was so angry that she pulled out a knife and stabbed Han Fei. Who took out the fish dragon cards in the first place? And who lost to her? How did he have the cheek to say the rubbish to her? He was really shameless. Han Fei blinked and tugged at Zhang Xuanyu's arm. Let's go. Otherwise, we will lose a lot of money. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes. I got what you meant from your glance. Zhang Xuanyu quickly transmitted his voice to everyone. Xiao Bai, cooperate with me. See how I catch a soul-attracting jellyfish. Zhang Xuanyu rushed a few kilometers away. Seeing him, a soul-attracting jellyfish was a little stunned. It seems that there are 5 tiny little guys coming at me? Okay, let me teach them a lesson then. Zhang Xuanyu, who was at the front, didn't feel much. Lu Renquang wanted to try the effect of the soul resistance pearl and also ran forward. However, after being attacked, he covered his head with his hands. Ouch, it hurts. I've gotta eat another soul resistance pearl. He patted his armor box and a large number of swords and knives flew out. If Lu Renquang could resist mental attacks, the jelly-like soul-attracting jellyfish was a piece of cake to him. Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. Quang, I said this jellyfish was mine. Lu Renquang grunted. But you are too slow. Let me catch the next one. A moment later, countless vines crushed a soul-attracting jellyfish and Han Fei simply didn't need to do anything. In less than half an hour, each of them had eaten 5 or 6 soul resistance pearls. However, their enthusiasm had not diminished, and they were still committed to hunting soul-attracting jellyfish. During the period, a total of 3 spiritual fruits were found from the seabed, which were not crimson sea fruit but almost the same, with nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. 1 hour later. Luo Xiaobai shouted, okay, stop. Soul resistance pearls are no longer useful to us. Shall we consider finding a second contractual spiritual beast? Everyone except Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. Xiao Xiaochan scoffed. I don't want such a weak contractual spiritual beast. Zhang Xuanyu said slyly, it depends on who uses it. I'll use it very well. It can greatly strengthen my soul attack. Perfect. Lu Renquang said carelessly, I will catch my second contractual spiritual beast in the level 3 fishery. Xiao Xiaochan nodded. Me too. Luo Xiaobai handed the soul resistance pearl in her hand to Han Fei. I want To go to the deep-sea jungle, to see if there is a creature suitable to be my second contractual spiritual beast. Everyone shivered. The piercing electricity zone was the fourth most dangerous, but the deep-sea jungle ranked second. You cross the stone forest and go directly to the deep-sea jungle. Is it appropriate? Hanfei was also a little worried. Let's search here first, okay? Maybe there are still some more spiritual fruit or something. It's not necessary. The best thing we can find here is these soul resistance pearls. They're much more valuable than spiritual fruits. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, there are very few things that can increase spiritual resistance or soul resistance. Ordinary people can't get down here. Even if they know that there are soul-attracting jellyfish. Even if they can get down, they must block the attack of the soul-attracting jellyfish first. Hanfei shrugged. Okay, it's up to you. Everyone smiled at each other. Then the vines bulged around them, enveloped them, and then closed, forming a road leading from the seabed to the sea surface. He Xiaoyu cried, let's go. The vines went all the way up and crossed the explosion area of the blue hat jellyfish. Then, they experienced the current shock again. Fortunately, this time, Lu Renkuang was already prepared, although they were still paralyzed by the electricity and could not even speak clearly. On the fishing boat, Zhang Xuanyu took a long breath. Shall we go to the stone forest or the deep sea jungle first? I personally suggest going to the former first. There must be a reason for it to be ranked third. If we can't handle the stone forest, then the deep sea jungle will be very dangerous for us. Lu Renkuang agreed. Let's go to the stone forest first. We should explore these places step by step. Xiao Xiaochan waved her dagger. Whatever. Hanfei agreed. Let's explore them one by one. It's the safest choice. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, then to the stone forest we go. Zhang Xuanyu closed his notebook and said, this is the stone forest. Although there are many people who want to mine the stones here, their success rate is not high. Hanfei was surprised. Were they out of their minds? They came all the way here to dig stones? I haven't finished yet. It was said that someone had found traces of rock holding turtles in the stone forest, but I don't know if the news is reliable or not. Rock holding turtles? The others asked in surprise. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes, rock-holding turtles that people often talk about, but can't find. Lu Renkuang immediately became interested. We can have a try. If I really find a rock-holding turtle and make it my contractual spiritual beast, it'll be awesome. I will instantly become the #1 armorist in the Blue Sea town. Xiao Xiaochan kicked Lu Renkuang and scoffed. Yes, in your dreams. Not everyone with a rock-holding turtle can become the strongest armorist. It depends on the combat skill on the back of the rock-holding turtle. It's all about luck. Lu Renkuang shrugged. I'll be glad if I can get a rock-holding turtle. No one in the Blue Sea town has a rock-holding turtle. If I can get one, I'll keep it. Even if its combat skills are good or not. Hanfei patted his shoulders. Okay, if I can find a rock-holding turtle, I'll give it to you. I don't want it that much. Guys, don't forget, this place is even more dangerous than the piercing electricity zone. No matter how strong the stone spirit crabs are, they can't be stronger than the soul-attracting jellyfish, right? I don't believe these stone spirit crabs can kill all the great fishing masters who visited. I think there must be treasure below. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, yes, I agree. There must be a secret. Maybe. It is a treasure. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes. All you guys know is treasure, treasure. Let's go down first. Luo Xiaobai warned, be careful. Don't forget the lesson we learned in the piercing electricity zone. Try to avoid new marine creatures. They were about to jump into the water, and suddenly Han Fei said, shall we eat hot pot before going down? Xiao Xiaochan was about to jump. Hearing this, she stopped and looked back at Han Fei. Couldn't you have said this earlier? Lu Renquang rubbed his hands and chuckled. Sure, sure. Oh, I suddenly feel hungry. Luo Xiaobai also nodded slightly. Continuous exploration exhausted them. Here might be an even more dangerous place than the piercing electricity zone. They'd better have a rest. Han Fei took out the hot pot, barbecue grills, and spices from the sea. Swallowing seashell. Fatty, can you grill squid? I picked up a lot of squid tentacles a few days ago. One is enough for the 5 of us. Lu Renquang shook his head. No, I can't. I'll make the hot pot. You grill squid tentacles. Wen Renyu was completely speechless. She couldn't remember how many times they ate hot pot in the past month. However, as their protector, she couldn't appear even at meals. So she could only watch them eating hot pot every day. Half an hour later, after they jumped into the water, Wen Renyu secretly appeared on Han Fei's fishing boat. There were only some dishes in the pan and a few pounds of shredded grilled squid left. She grunted and grabbed the barbecue to eat. As for the remnants of the hot pot, she certainly wouldn't eat it. How could she eat the leftovers of these little bastards? As soon as they entered the water, a bunch of strip fish and bony spur fish gathered around, which were cleared up by Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang, leaving a pile of minced meat. Lu Renquang asked, isn't it impolite for us to leave our leftovers for the teacher? Why not ask the teacher to come on board and eat together with us? Xia Xiaochan winced. Are you stupid? The teacher didn't want to show up. Luo Xiaobai elaborated, the teacher doesn't want to interfere with our cultivation unless we are in danger. Therefore, we can't slack off. Han Fei did not discuss with them, but looked around. Have you found that this water is a bit dark? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. No, it's not as dark as the deep-sea jungle. The seabed is dark, and there are a variety of spiritual plants in the deep-sea jungle. No one knows how many strange creatures hide there. They dove all the way down, and along the way, they saw a variety of fish. In addition to strip fish and bony spur fish, there were also pearl fish, dragon-headed fish, squid, and big-headed shrimp in the level 2 fishery. Xia Xiaochan wondered, isn't this a dangerous place? Why are there so many ordinary fishes here? There is nothing in the piercing electricity zone. Zhang Xuanyu responded with a smile, which fish can withstand those piercing electricity jellyfish? The blue hat jellyfish alone can blow up a lot of fish. In ordinary waters, they had been diving. Perhaps dangerous places were especially deep. They dove for 500 meters before seeing the array-like outline at the bottom of the water. Luo Xiaobai announced, attention, we're going to reach the seabed. Dive a little bit more. See what is below. After a while, they finally saw the seabed clearly. No wonder it was called the stone forest. There stood many stone walls several dozen meters high on the bottom of the sea. Between the stone walls, it was very dark and it was unclear what was inside. Lu Renquan swallowed. Wow, this place looks eerie. Han Fei said, it's a maze. These stone walls stretch as far as the eye can see, and the stone walls are not connected but have gaps. This is more complicated than a connected maze. Maze? Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Who made such a maze in this damn place? Luo Xiaobai wondered. It looks like some kind of relic. It couldn't have been made by ordinary people anyway. Ordinary people don't have this ability. Without saying anything, Xia Xiaochan took out her fishing rod and threw it to the sea surface. After several minutes, a strip fish was hooked over and was thrown into the stone walls by Xia Xiaochan. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 white water arrows shot out of the stone walls. Xia Xiaochan withdrew the rod, only to find that the hook was gone and the line was broken. Han Fei asked, what did you see? Xia Xiaochan shook her head. It happened so fast that I didn't see anything. Let me have a try. Han Fei also quickly caught a bony spur fish and threw it into the stone walls. His perception range was larger than Xia Xiaochan's. At the moment the bony spur fish dropped to the crack of the stone walls, Han Fei saw water arrows shoot out from all sides. He quickly controlled the fish line to avoid the water arrows. A crab? Han Fei suddenly saw a crab with a rock on its head. Han Fei immediately retracted the rod, but when the rod was pulled over the stone wall, suddenly an unknown force tore the fishing line. The fish and the fish hook fell into the crack of the stone walls. Everyone looked at Han Fei, who said with a strange look, this crab can shoot arrows. And there seems to be a seal here. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. It is a water arrow crab, a rare spiritual crab. But few people can have this kind of crab as their spiritual beast. There are many treasure places with seals. No need to fuss. Han Fei nodded. Also, if we go down now, we might not be able to get up. I just tried it. It wasn't the water arrow crab that cut my fishing line, but the seal. Wow. The others were all stunned and looked at Han Fei in shock. Luo Xiaobai pondered for a while. So, if we go in, we may be killed if we want to come out. Zhang Xuanyu took a tumble. That's right. No wonder very few people came back from here. They must have been killed or got lost. It must be because they couldn't breathe. Lu Renquan looked afraid. Then let's not enter it. The stone forest is so big. What if we get lost in it? But Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu glanced at each other and said simultaneously, let's go. Luo Xiaobai scoffed. Don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive. The existence of the maze is to get people lost. Zhang Xuanyu followed. Since the designer of this place tries to get people lost, there must be something that he doesn't want people to discover, or to be exact, a treasure. Han Fei added, yes. And, don't forget that this is the level 2 fishery. Since Teacher Wenren dared to let us come here, either she has confidence in us or she was not afraid of this maze. At least, with Xiaobai here, we don't have to worry about the problem of breathing. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. And if we can't even get out of the maze, what if there is a more dangerous place than the stone forest? Even in ordinary fisheries, there are many dangerous places. In the future, what we meet will only be more dangerous than this. With that, they high-fived and finished blabbering. Obviously, everybody was convinced, but Luo Xiaobai still prudently connected everybody's waist with vines so that they wouldn't be separated from each other after they went in. Han Fei said, "I'll lead the way. You can follow me." Everybody followed Han Fei as he descended. Hardly had they entered the gap of the walls when another 8 water arrows were shot at them. Han Fei immediately unleashed his blue sea wandering dragon daggers and penetrated the water arrow crabs. The water arrow crab was no better than a rare crab in a level 2 fishery. But the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were through and through spiritual weapons. Though they were not as powerful as legendary spiritual weapons, it was more than easy for them to cut those crabs. The moment they landed, Luo Xiaobai slashed the top with a vine, and the vine was immediately chopped into halves. Xia Xiaochan grabbed a dead water arrow crab and threw it at the sky too, which was also cut into 2 parts. Xia Xiaochan remarked, "It seems impossible to get out from the top now. I'm rather curious. Where are the stone spirit crabs when there are so many water arrow crabs?" Luo Xiaobai extended her hand, and her vines began to search around the wall. Han Fei said, "Stop searching. The stone spirit crabs are right down there. Look." Han Fei pointed at the pits below the wall. Along the wall were a couple of crabs that looked identical to rocks. Zhang Xuanyu knocked the shell of one of the crabs, and the crab hurried to close its eyes and continued pretending to be a stone. "Everyone?" Lu Renquang was amused. "Why did you knock it? They could have been alarmed and launched an attack at you." Zhang Xuanyu replied lazily, "You're being silly. Not every creature in the ocean is aggressive. The stone spirit crabs are the laziest crabs. They barely move when they hide in the ocean. That's the reason why the stones that the stone spirit crabs occupy are the best materials for weapons, thanks to the congregation of spiritual energy." Lu Renquang scratched his head. "Those crabs do sound dumb. So, the stones that people are interested in are those down below?" Lu Renquang found a dagger from his weapon box and tapped the stones below the wall, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the stones. Lu Renquang was delighted. "Good stones. Let's dig them up." "Huh? Why are you leaving?" Everybody looked at him in disbelief. "Are you here for nothing better than those stones?" Luo Xiaobai said, "If it's a normal maze, we can always find a way out as long as we walk along one side of it. However, the walls here are broken." Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. He petted Little White and asked, Little White, can you sense anything unusual here? Is there any treasure or spiritual fruit?" Seeing Little White, everybody recalled its extraordinary abilities to locate exotic creatures and wondered if it could find other treasures. Little White was lost. It circled around for a long time, going left and then going right. Xia Xiaochan speculated, "Is there good stuff in both directions?" Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, "We'll only get the best treasures." After that, Little White began to lead the way for them. Xia Xiaochan asked in shock, "Why is Little White so smart? It can locate the treasure in a maze? Wouldn't you be able to find any treasure later?" Zhang Xuanyu said enviously, "Amazing. This must be a treasuring hunting spirit swallowing fish, isn't it? It's definitely one of the top 5 spiritual beasts in the Blue Sea town." Lu Renkuang was also jealous. Of course. Have you ever seen any spiritual beast that can hunt treasures? It's the only one capable of that in the blue sea town. Hew. 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 After no more than 10 meters, water arrows were spewed at them. Different from the stone spirit crabs, the water arrow crabs were not big but highly aggressive. Before Han Fei reacted, Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu, who were bored, had already taken care of them. Half an hour later, everybody was dizzy as Little White had led them to take multiple turns and go back and forth. After another half an hour, everybody lost their way. Han Fei didn't know if Little White still knew the way, but he knew that he didn't. Zhang Xuanyu asked helplessly, Little White, are we there? You haven't lost your way, have you? Xiao Xiaochan said, if you know the way, lead us. Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. I can't. Damn it. Zhang Xuanyu roared and raised a furious tide to his one side with his robe. Then, everybody saw an enormous water arrow coming at them. The arrowhead alone was multiple meters long. Bam! Zhang Xuanyu was forced to take multiple steps back because of the water arrow. He blushed because of the brutal force. While Zhang Xuanyu retreated, another water arrow was shot at him. This arrow was even more powerful and even turned the water turbulent. Lu Renkuang patted his weapon box. Shield armor. Bam! The waves crumbled the stone spirit crabs at the bottom of the wall, and one of Lu Renkuang's shields was broken. Han Fei gave Lu Renkuang a hand and said in shock, it's very strong. Is it a mutated water arrow crab? Luo Xiaobai said, no, the water arrow crabs can't be so tough. It's a water arrow turtle, an exotic creature that's much more powerful than the soul attracting jellyfish. Han Fei was surprised. More powerful than the soul attracting jellyfish? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Soul attacks are useless to them. Such turtles have lived too many years and boast of enormous spiritual power. As they talked, another thick water arrow was shot at them. At this moment, Han Fei stepped forward and shouted, Rod. A rod was released from Lu Renkuang's weapon box, and Han Fei picked it up and stabbed it at the arrowhead quickly. Bam! The rod was bent, and the water arrow was broken. Han Fei was forced to step back, making everybody anxious. Xiao Xiaochan was already gone. Zhang Xuanyu summoned his bloodthirsty shark. Lu Renkuang darted out his saber, but it could only fly slowly in the water. At this moment, thousands of dense arrows, instead of one huge arrow, were shot at them. Luo Xiaobai waved her hands and protected everybody with layers of vines, but the vines were still penetrated. Lu Renkuang shouted, armor. Han Fei roared, water shield. When the vines were riddled with holes and the remaining water arrows were about to break the shield, still more arrows were coming. The power of the attack was enormous. 7 layered waves in furious sea. Standing on the top of a wave, Zhang Xuanyu commanded the waves and charged out with a rod in his hand. Zhang Xuanyu's resistance was quite tough. The hundreds of dense arrows were blown 30 meters back by him. Everybody ran forth while the 30 meters before them were back to peace. In the meantime, an enormous vine 30 meters long slapped the arrows again and allowed them to move further. At this point, everybody had surpassed the saber that Lu Renkuang shot out. Han Fei was lost for words. Lu Renkuang, can you optimize your battle technique a little bit? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if your saber doesn't reach the enemy even when the battle is already over? Tat. Then. Zhang Xuanyu said, I've been meaning to say that since a long time ago. Your saber is way too slow. Lu Renquang was speechless. I want to be fast too, but it takes time for me to accumulate power for the saber. Luo Xiaobai said, let's not dawdle. Xiaochan must have circumvented the arrows from above. Let's hurry. So, everybody surpassed Lu Renquang's saber and pressed on. A few moments later, they saw a huge turtle the size of a mountain with all kinds of weird rocks on its shell. Han Fei glanced at the turtle, name Water Arrow Turtle. Introduction: This is a water arrow turtle that has lived here for more than 900 years. It's highly aggressive and sturdy. It contains a water-resisting pearl that can help you stay at the bottom of the ocean all the time, without need for air. Level 39. Quality Exotic. Spiritual Energy 5,640 points. Effect: It can strengthen your body and increase your longevity when eaten. Collectible Water-resisting pearl. Absorbable. Everybody was shocked to see the water arrow turtle, which was essentially a small mountain. The turtle also had rocks with sophisticated patterns on its back. Clink. Xia Xiaochan appeared below the water arrow turtle's neck and spiraled to launch a supreme stab. The attack was so powerful that Han Fei felt that it was enough to stab into him. Hu. However, the water arrow turtle simply roared, and Xia Xiaochan was entirely knocked away. Han Fei charged forward because he saw that the water arrow turtle had formed another water arrow. Han Fei picked up Xia Xiaochan and tossed her to Luo Xiaobai. Then, spiritual energy surged out of his rod, helping him to resist the arrow. Crack! 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 But to Han Fei's shock, his rod was falling apart inch by inch, and seeing that it was about to be completely broken, Han Fei hurried to add a spiritual energy protective cover on himself. Bam! After an explosion, Han Fei was blown away into a stone wall like a cannonball, with such a powerful blast that the stone wall was crushed. The stone spirit crabs near the wall were crumbled before they were able to do anything. Pooh! Spewing out blood, Han Fei felt as though a mountain had just crashed into him and that all his bones had been broken. Everybody gathered around Han Fei in shock. They knew very well how sturdy Han Fei's body was, but he was still heavily wounded by the close-range attack of the water arrow turtle. Han Fei struggled back to his feet. Who can tell me what the water arrow turtle is exactly? Why is it so strong? Han Fei remembered the hexagon starfish and was horrified because the turtle left him the same feeling as the hexagon starfish did. But at least, the hexagon starfish wouldn't attack anyone randomly. This turtle, on the other hand, had started attacking them when they were still a long distance away. Luo Xiaobai's face slightly changed. Wait, something must be wrong with this water arrow turtle. It shouldn't be so strong. Han Fei asked, what if it's close to level 40? Xia Xiaochan said, then it would be reasonable. A level 40 turtle is much stronger than a common dangling fisher. I don't think we can defeat it. Luo Xiaobai said, a dangling fisher might be able to deal with it, but this water arrow turtle is beyond our anticipation. It shouldn't be in a level 2 fishery at all. Lu Renquang said, shivering, I warned you before. As one of the 3 most dangerous places, this place is perilous. While retreating, everybody discussed the scene. Since it was impossible to weather through the turtle's attacks, they'd better retreat for now. They were no fools. Xiao Xiaochan's fully blown attack didn't even hurt the water arrow turtle, and Han Fei's attack only caused himself to be blown away. At this point, everybody looked at Lu Renkuang sympathetically as he had to offer his own blood to his broadsword this time. Lu Renkuang almost shed tears. He didn't know that his opponent would be so strong. However, it was impossible to cancel the flying bloodthirsty broadsword now. Then, everybody saw an enormous pillar of water hitting the saber. Bam! Lu Renkuang sat on the ground, but to everybody's surprise, the saber was still pressing forward. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Lu Renkuang, I didn't know that your bloodthirsty broadsword had grown so powerful. Lu Renkuang said bitterly, no, I can't persist any longer. Bam! A second water arrow came and easily flung Lu Renkuang's broadsword away. Instantly, Lu Renkuang vomited blood exhaustedly. Han Fei performed the divine healing technique on Lu Renkuang before he said, no, this water arrow turtle is too strong for us. We have to try other places. Luo Xiaobai said, agreed. Thank God that it can't move, or it would be impossible for us to run. Everybody was rather frustrated. If they couldn't defeat a monster in a level 2 fishery, what could they do when they reached a level 3 fishery? Of course, other people would have cursed them to be snobs if their thoughts were known, because few in the Blue Sea town dared to explore the 4 forbidden areas. Some fishers might have survived the piercing electricity zone, but fewer made it back from the stone forest. As for the 2 most dangerous places, nobody ever returned from there. After they escaped by 1,000 meters, the walls near them suddenly began to move. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Run! The walls are closing. Han Fei looked back at the water arrow turtle. Were the walls closing because they attacked the turtle a moment ago? There was no time to think at this point. Everybody rushed while the walls were not closed yet. After they took multiple turns and passed through infinite gaps, the walls finally stopped moving. However, everybody was shocked. After the movement of the walls earlier, the roads between the walls were smooth and had nothing except the water arrow crabs and the stone spirit crabs, but after the stone walls moved, the ground was brimming with gruesome corpses. Gudu. Lu Renkuang's eyes widened. A lot of people died here. Zhang Xuanyu examined the corpses and found fishing poles, daggers, and deformed sabers and swords. Luo Xiaobai said, it's a circle. This whole area of walls is an enormous circle. Zhang Xuanyu heaved a sigh. Anyway, we've lost our way now. We can't tell the direction at all in this circle. We have to count on little white now. Han Fei asked in confusion, why do you think our teacher let us come here if she knew that we couldn't defeat the monsters here? Xiao Xiaochan said, well, we couldn't defeat them, the water arrow turtle can't do anything to us either, can it? I think we need to find an answer by ourselves. Han Fei nodded and pet Little White. Keep searching. Let's ignore the big turtle and look for something else this time. It was not tricky for Little White, because fish did not tell the direction with their eyes, but with their magnetic field. Also, Little White was highly sensitive about spiritual energy, and it was not hard for Little White to locate the places in this maze where spiritual energy was concentrated. However, the search this time was much more arduous than the last time. Everybody walked for almost half a day in the maze, but saw nothing but bones on their way. As they pressed on, they suddenly found themselves on an empty ground. Then, they saw a huge turtle, which was covered in a black shell and was napping in it. Name: Stone Spirit Turtle. Introduction: This is a stone spirit turtle that has lived here for more than 900 years. It feeds on spiritual energy and is highly sturdy. It's lazy and spends most of its time in hibernation. It contains a water-resisting pearl that can help you stay at the bottom of the ocean all the time without need for air. Level 39. Quality: exotic. Spiritual energy: 5,555 points. Effect: it can strengthen your body and increase your longevity when eaten. Collectible: water-resisting pearl. Absorbable. Everybody including Hanfei was stunned. Another one? Also, it had similar qualities to the water arrow turtle, except that the water arrow turtle was more aggressive. Also, was this turtle sleeping? Lu Renquang asked, his voice shivering. Is it asleep? Xiao Xiaochan asked, what turtle is this? Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Are you kidding me? Is this place a turtle keep? This one can't be weaker than the water arrow turtle. We would be brutalized again if it weren't asleep. Luo Xiaobai said, let's not wake it up, but observe it first. The water arrow turtle, just now, was too ferocious for them to approach, but this stone spirit turtle was napping and gave them enough time for observation. Xiao Xiaochan circled the stone spirit turtle delightedly and said, this turtle must be more than 20 meters long. Luo Xiaobai said, look at the patterns on the ground. Everybody gathered and fell silent. A moment later, Hanfei remarked, it's a circle. Zhang Xuanyu asked, so, what is this circle for? Lu Renquang said, to cage the two turtles, of course. What else could it be for? Hanfei asked, why are the two turtles caged? Everybody circled the stone spirit turtle and found nothing except the turtle. Clang! 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 Hanfei knocked the turtle shell noisily. Immediately, Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu ran dozens of meters away. Xiao Xiaochan went stealthy, and Luo Xiaobai backed off quickly. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, Hanfei, are you crazy? What if it's woken up? Lu Renquang complained, Hanfei, stop knocking. We can study it further. Hanfei was lost for words. You can still study it. Look, it must have slept for hundreds of years. Use your senses. It's inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy even though it's sleeping. As he spoke, Hanfei kept knocking as he was studying the origin of the weird rocks on the turtle. He wondered if he could knock the rocks off and build them into weapons, because the rocks seemed hard. Clang, clang, clang. Hanfei knocked off a rock. It felt heavy. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he simply threw it in to forge the universe. Then, Hanfei ran to the turtle neck where there was a smaller stone that seemed to be better than those on its shell. Right when Hanfei was about to knock the stone off, a head slowly craned out of the shell. Human being, you're disturbing my sleep. Shoot. Hanfei jumped back in fright, not expecting that the turtle could talk. Not just Hanfei, his teammates also trembled and stepped back even further. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Hanfei, come back. It's possibly a divine turtle. Xiao Xiaochan, on the other hand, gazed at the turtle with great curiosity. Hanfei stuttered, cough, cough. Well, hi. The stone spirit turtle had completely stretched its head out. It said, Lethargically, human beings, go away now. I need to sleep. Everyone. Ren. Eames. Zhang Xuanyu remarked, this turtle seems tired. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Well, Mr. Turtle, why are you staying in this place? Han Fei had seen a hexagon starfish before, so he regained his calmness after the initial panic. Since the stone spirit turtle was lazy in nature, Han Fei thought that they were probably like the stone spirit crabs, which pretended to be stones near the wall. The stone spirit turtle said slowly, I'm in this place to sleep, of course. Han Fei was lost for words. Mr. Turtle, you can sleep wherever you want. Why? Do you sleep in this particular place? The stone spirit turtle said lazily, why would I know? I had been sleeping. And when I woke up, I was already here. But it doesn't matter, since any place is just a place of rest for me. Everyone. Han Fei carefully leaned closer to the turtle head. Mr. Turtle, do you know what this place is? We just ran into another Mr. Turtle on the other side, but it wasn't very friendly and kept shooting arrows at us. The stone spirit turtle looked at Han Fei and said, oh. That turtle keeps disturbing my sleep, but I'm too lazy to deal with it. Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. He didn't know what to say about the turtle that had slept for 1,000 years. Han Fei said, Mr. Turtle, here's the situation. We've lost our way. Do you know how to get out of here? The stone spirit turtle slowly moved its head back. I don't know. I don't want to go out, either. When are you leaving? I need to go back to sleep. Han Fei said, let's not rush into anything. You've slept for hundreds of years, and it wouldn't be bad to stretch out your arms now and then, would it? Chances are that you can make a breakthrough. The stone spirit turtle was retreating its head while it said slowly, a breakthrough? Don't they come naturally when you're sleeping? Han Fei? Han Fei found it impossible to continue the conversation anymore. Natural breakthroughs? You're only level 39 after 1,000 years of sleep. Isn't that embarrassing? Han Fei tried to be patient. Mr. Turtle, can you tell me what the circle below us is? Let me tell you, someone has sealed you, and you can break the seal if you move a little bit. Then, you can sleep in a more comfortable place, say, a beautiful coral reef, where you can see colorful corals when you wake up and enjoy little fish when you're hungry. Wouldn't your life be much better over there? The stone spirit turtle stopped retreating its neck. It glanced at Han Fei and said, it's tempting, but I don't want to move. Can you move the corals too? Me? Han Fei was covered in sweat, and so were his teammates. This turtle wanted someone to move corals to him? Nice dream. Seeing that he was getting somewhere, Han Fei pursued further, Mr. Turtle. Just think about it. All you need to do is to move a little bit to break the seal, and we'll immediately lead you to the coral reef. Actually, there are coral reefs only several thousand meters away. It's as beautiful as a fairyland. I saw a lot of turtles sleeping there. The stone spirit turtle asked suspiciously, really? Han Fei patted his chest. Of course. We won't take the arrow shooter next door because it will only disturb your sleep. Zhang Xuanyu didn't know what to say. Anybody with the slightest wisdom wouldn't believe that many turtles were sleeping in the coral reefs, but this stone spirit turtle seemed to have bought it. The stone spirit turtle said, then should I move a little bit? Han Fei was excited. Of course. You can crawl out of the circle here first. The stone spirit turtle said, "In that case, get out of the way." Han Fei hurried to run dozens of meters away. He said hopefully, "Mr. Turtle, the corals are waiting for you. You can eat fish and shrimp whenever you open your mouth over there. It's possible that you would run into other female turtles." How wonderful does that sound? Zhang Xuanyu looked at the stone walls. Lu Renquang was busy with the weapon box. Luo Xiaobai slightly blushed, and Xia Xiaochan glared at Han Fei for his nonsense. The stone spirit turtle's magnificent body moved. The moment it raised its limbs, the water surged, and the circle on the ground glittered. Boom! The earth was shaking after the stone spirit turtle made its first step, and the stone walls behind everybody started moving. An invisible shield appeared and blocked the stone spirit turtle's way after it made the second step. Bam! The stone spirit turtle moved forward again, and the shield of spiritual energy began to quiver. Han Fei was rather amazed by the circle and wondered if a spirit gatherer could learn it. Though shocked, Han Fei cheered for the turtle. "Mr. Turtle, we're only one step away from victory. Keep it up. We're here for you." Bam! 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 The whole stone forest was shaking, but Han Fei was excited because a major event had been triggered. If the stone spirit turtle could make it out, would he find the treasure in the stone forest? Suddenly, the stone spirit turtle lay down and said tiredly, "I can't walk out. Forget it. I'm not moving." Everyone. Han Fei was stunned. "Don't. Mr. Turtle, the victory is only half a meter away from you. Let us not give up." The stone spirit turtle said slowly, "I remember it now. A rod stabbed into this place a long time ago. You can't get out until you pluck the rod. I don't want to move. I'm too tired." Han Fei was interested. "A rod? What rod? Where is it?" The stone spirit turtle said, "I don't know, but I think it's been partly exposed because of my collision just now. You go for it. Come back and take me to the coral reef after you find it." Han Fei promised, "Not a problem. You can count on me. Little White, look for a rod. It's definitely at a place where spiritual energy is most condensed." Luo Xiaobai looked gloomily. Hadn't they agreed to call it Little White? Why was he calling it Little White again? But Han Fei was too excited to care about that now. If this rod had been suppressing two powerful turtles, it was definitely an invaluable rod, and it had to be the treasure in the stone forest. When Han Fei looked back, he found that the stone walls had been rearranged into straight lines. Han Fei was stunned. When did that happen? Other people were confused too. They were too focused on Han Fei's deception just now to notice the change. It probably happened when the stone spirit turtle crashed against the seal. On the outside, Wenrenyu's face changed. She had reached the bottom of the ocean from the surface when the stone forest had an earthquake. Wenrenyu was frowning hard. She didn't stop Han Fei's team from exploring the stone forest because it was only a maze. She knew that the maze was based on an ancient circle, but was not fatal. Most people who died here were actually suffocated due to the lack of air. Also, some of the explorers made it out from the stone forest alive. However, Luo Xiaobai had a source of air. Her vines could grow wherever there was soil. When her level was higher, even soil wouldn't be required. Therefore, Wenrenyu felt that it was a matter of time before Han Fei's team returned. She had even been ready to mock them and tell them that not every place in this ocean has treasures when they were back. However, the seal was shaking, and the whole stone forest was moving, which was different from what she anticipated. Frowning hard, Wenrenyu released hundreds of sword grasses and tried to break the seal above the stone forest. But out of her expectation, the stone forest only allowed those below the level of dangling fissure to come in, and her access was denied. Access. Bam. 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 A barrier of water appeared on the top of the stone forest, and the sword grasses resulted in nothing but ripples after they hit it. Damn it. Wenrenyu cruised on the top of the stone forest. However, the barrier blocked her sight and she couldn't see what was going on inside at all. At this point, Wenrenyu remembered something that Old Bai said earlier: the stone forest was as treacherous as the fiery mountain and much more so than the deep-sea jungle. Down below, Han Fei's team went forward along the straight channel, meeting no obstacles this time. Everybody was excited. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, "Han Fei, it never occurred to me that you were such a good liar." Lu Renquang agreed with him. "That's right. I almost believed you." Han Fei glanced at him. "A liar? I was telling the truth, all right? Wouldn't it be better to sleep in the coral reefs than to sleep in the stone forest?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "That's true, but you told the turtle that you were going to set it up with a female turtle. Are you sure that you can find a second turtle that can talk?" "I highly doubt it." "I see." Xiao Xiaochan suddenly asked, "Do you think the water arrow turtle can talk?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Probably not. That black turtle must be a special species that is more amazing than exotic creatures." Han Fei certainly couldn't tell them that it was named Stone Spirit Turtle and it could talk. Probably because of luck, like the hexagon starfish that he ran into before. Since the hexagon starfish could talk, it meant that other species in the ocean might be able to talk too. So, he didn't find it inexplicable that the Stone Spirit Turtle could talk. Everybody moved quickly and they reached their destination half an hour later. However, they saw nothing but a rising pile of mud and a rod that was full of pebbles on the top of it. Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Watch out. Look at the ground." There were complicated engravings on the ground, not very obvious, but very creepy. Gulp. Lu Renquang swallowed and asked, "Is this someone's tomb?" "Seriously? Why do we keep running into tombs?" Zhang Xuanyu went forward and said, "Don't bother the tomb. All that matters is this rod. We only need to draw it out." Zhang Xuanyu exerted his strength, but failed to get it out. He said in embarrassment, "Don't be hasty. I was only trying." Rise. Spiritual energy was surging on Zhang Xuanyu's hands, and the water nearby was shaking because of his immense power, but the rod was still. Lu Renquang asked bluntly, "So, you just can't draw it out, can you?" Zhang Xuanyu was unhappy that he was scorned. "You do it if you think you're so good." Lu Renquang waved his hand. "You are not as good as me and Han Fei in terms of strength. It'll be very easy for me to get this rod out." Seeing no danger nearby, Lu Renquang grew bold and dropped his weapon box before he began to pull the rod. "Huh? Rise." Zhang Xuanyu enjoyed the show. "Hey. What an easy task it is for you." Lu Renquang. Humiliated, Lu Renquang patted his weapon box and declared, "Violent." He collapsed on the ground, failing to pull the rod out but successfully removed one of the pebbles on the rod, revealing the black color of the rod. Luo Xiaobai's eyes glittered. It shook. Zhang Xuanyu said, "All right, I've just tried it. The rod seems to be stuck, or it may be too heavy. Think about it. How can a rod that suppresses the seal in the stone forest be simple?" Han Fei rubbed his hands. "Let me try it. But let's make a deal first. Whoever pulls it out will own it." Lu Renquan didn't care. "I don't use rods. You two can compete for it." Zhang Xuanyu was unconcerned. "You can't succeed. I've checked it out. It can't be plucked regularly." Han Fei stepped forward, not caring if there were other approaches, because he was unwilling to be left out in this manly contest of strength. Han Fei summoned spiritual energy in his hands. When Han Fei exerted his strength, water was surging and veins were bulging on his hands and his neck, but nothing happened. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Enough. This rod can't be pulled out. Shoot." They saw that the stick moved slightly, as if it had been partly heaved. They were all shocked. Xiao Xiaochan remarked, casually, "So, you're truly not as strong as Han Fei." At this point, Han Fei roared, "Attach," and clutched the rod with 7 chains. Boom. The water was rolling, and the earth was shaking. Even the walls were slightly quivering too. Seeing that the rod was more lifted, Han Fei roared again, fury. Boom. An enormous noise burst out, followed by an earthquake. Han Fei, however, lurched and blushed with the rod in his hands. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Han Fei, get out of there!" Bam! Han Fei fell on the floor, and his hands were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Holding his breath, Han Fei shouted, "I want to leave too, but this rod is too heavy." Han Fei was more than shocked. With all his training, he was confident that he was better than regular dangling fishers in terms of physical strength. He had the enhancement of the indestructible body. However, he couldn't even pick up a rod. Clinging to the rod, Han Fei complained, "Damn it. Are you the Monkey King Bar?" There was no telling if it was intentional, but the pile of mud below Han Fei's feet fell apart, and both Han Fei and the rod fell off. Han Fei. Shocked, everybody stepped forward, but the vines that Luo Xiaobai bound to Han Fei earlier were torn off. The earth was still cracking and shaking in explosions. Hardly had they approached the pit when they were blown back by an invisible power. Before they approached it again, they saw that the pile of mud broke apart, and an enormous tablet slowly surfaced. Then, cracks appeared below everyone's feet one after another. The 100 meters within them almost all fell apart. Lu Renquang swallowed hard. "I sense that something is coming." Xiao Xiaochan said angrily, "Really? What was your first clue?" "The turtle shell?" Everybody was shocked. Was it a turtle down below? But wouldn't the turtle be too huge? The part of the turtle shell that it revealed already covered more than 30 square meters. Han Fei. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu waved his hands in delight, and they saw that Han Fei was sitting on the turtle shell next to the tablet with the rod, his face red. Han Fei said, "I'm fine. I'm fine. You stay there for now." Though he said it was fine, Han Fei was actually more than freaked out by the data he saw. Name: rock-holding turtle. Introduction: This is a natural spiritual turtle that carries a mysterious tablet. It's as heavy as a mountain and engraved with strange patterns. You can only see it with your mind instead of your eyes. Level? Quality? Spiritual energy? Effect? Collectible? Unabsorbable. When the rock-holding turtle completely revealed itself, not just Han Fei. Everybody else was panicked too. The water arrow turtle and the stone spirit turtle were not worth mentioning. Compared to this gigantic turtle whose shell covered almost 100 square meters. Human being, did you set me free? The rock-holding turtle spoke, not telepathically but through its mouth, and everybody heard it loud and clear. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and said, "Hi. Senior rock holder, nice to meet you." Han Fei was of a mind to cut apart those people who spread rumors that they had seen the rock-holding turtle and received gifts from it. They were all liars. Han Fei had never seen any being whose information was full of question marks except a simple introduction, except when he saw a sea dragon on his first trip in the ocean. Back then, the sea dragon was more than 10 levels higher than himself, but he could at least read the level and quality of the sea dragon. However, he saw nothing but the introduction to this turtle. More importantly, even the demon purification pot couldn't absorb its spiritual energy. This turtle was obviously terrifying. Han Fei had no doubt that the rock-holding turtle couldn't be lower than level 50. Han Fei's teammates were shocked to hear what Han Fei said. Was it a rock-holding turtle? But it was different from what the rumors said. Zhang Xuanyu secretly whispered to Lu Renquang telepathically, "Your second contractual spiritual beast has appeared." Lu Renquang? Hardly had Zhang Xuanyu finished when the rock-holding turtle looked back at him, making him panicked. The rock-holding turtle said, "He can't sign a contract with me. He will die of self-explosion the moment it's signed." Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Really? The rock-holding turtle could hear their telepathic conversation? Those liars who claimed that they had seen a rock-holding turtle obviously made things up. Zhang Xuanyu said weakly, "Senior, I was only kidding." Han Fei was still sitting on the rock-holding turtle with the rod, stunned. The rock-holding turtle said, "I don't like the rod. It has been suppressing me for far too long." Raising his eyebrow, Han Fei immediately threw the rod into forge the universe, but he felt that his movement was very slow. Before he realized it, he had consumed tens of thousands of points of spiritual energy. Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Why didn't you tell me that sooner? I would have stored it already if you had told me earlier. However, I do wish that the rod is as good as the Monkey King bar." Now that the rod was gone, the rock-holding turtle rose and opened its mouth. And all the stone walls within 1,000 meters were shattered. Everybody was shocked. Zhang Xuanyu secretly swore to kill those guys who had spread out rumors about the rock-holding turtles, because he could have died thanks to their lies. When the rock-holding turtle crawled out of the pit, the earth was shaking, and a tsunami was raised on the ocean above the stone forest. On the surface, a storm was raging within thousands of kilometers. At the same time, a streak of light rose to the sky and exploded into a character. Everybody wanted to read it, but it was so dazzling that their tears flowed out the moment they cast their eyes at it. Many people in the level 2 fishery saw it. They were all excited. Someone roared, "A shocking treasure has been revealed. Let's go. Let's go. Today's our lucky day." Those who were fishing simply retreated their poles and sailed their boats forward. Everybody who saw the light in the level 2 fishery went nuts as they wanted to search for the treasure. At the bottom of the ocean, Wenren sensed the anomaly. She had wandered here for a long time, and the continuous earthquakes were almost too much for her. If the 5 precious students died, there would be no hope for the Thug Academy. The moment the rock-holding turtle appeared under the cover of brilliant colors, Wenren appeared before Han Fei and his teammates. For some reason, the picture behind the seal became clear now. Wenren saw that Han Fei was seated on the top of a gigantic turtle, and his teammates were all looking at him dizzily. Wenren called out, "Han Fei." While calling him, she attacked the seal with thousands of sword grasses. Wenren was shocked. A tablet on its back? Was it the legendary rock-holding turtle? The rock-holding turtle, however, slowly raised its head. "You can't come in. You have to wait a moment." Wenren furrowed her brow. A turtle that could talk must be of a high level. As she expected, her sword grasses were all blocked by the seal and couldn't breach it. Wenren said, "Senior rock holder, please don't hurt my disciples." The rock-holding turtle did not respond, only because Wenren's voice did not pass through the seal. The rock-holding turtle looked at Han Fei's team and sighed. "I don't know if it will be good or a curse for you, but since you set me free, you can watch the tablet on my back for an hour before you leave." Everybody was greatly surprised. They had seen the huge tablet on the rock holding turtle's back, and Han Fei seemed to be reading it in fascination. The rest of them looked at each other and immediately joined him, not caring whether or not the rock-holding turtle was malicious, because it could have killed them easily if it wanted to. Han Fei was reading the tablet, but thanks to the demon purification pots reminder that it must be read with the mind instead of the eyes, he simply focused his eyes on the center of the talent after discovering that the tablet was empty at the beginning. As he concentrated on the tablet became a black brick in his eyes. It was like one couldn't see anything except white if they stared at a white wall for a long time. Han Fei vaguely sensed something different. He saw something moving fuzzily on the tablet. The more concentrated he was, the more fuzzy it became. After a long time, the fuzzy picture in Han Fei's eyes suddenly became clearer, and Han Fei found himself in the middle of a chaotic ocean instead of the back of the rock-holding turtle. He saw the most dreadful tide that must have been hundreds of thousands of meters high. It was the only thing that he could see. There seemed to be a person on the top of the tide, but Han Fei couldn't tell clearly. The person was obscure among the tides. Han Fei was not even sure that it was a human. However, he saw another person who was stabbing a rod into the tides from the high sky. Han Fei saw that the rod fell like a meteorite and it created dazzling sparks as it rubbed against the atmosphere, leading to an intimidating fiery wave. The moment the rod touched the water, Han Fei's heart was pounding and he could barely breathe. A hemispherical pit was left on the shocking side by the rod, and turbulence was rising in the pit. Even the air between the sky and the earth seemed to be shaking. Han Fei's head was stinging. He felt that it was falling apart. At this point, Han Fei's eyes changed. One of them was black and the other white, and they seemed to be resisting the infinite pressure. It was at that moment that Han Fei was woken up. He was sweating hard even though he was in water. Han Fei felt the thirst for blood, as he had been fused with little black and little white without him knowing it. If there were enemies nearby, he would have gone on a killing spree. Han Fei laid his eyes on the enormous tablet. In his yin-yang divine eyes, patterns were surfacing on the tablet, and there turned out to be a strange painting. Han Fei didn't know what the painting was exactly, but the painting was etched in his head. Huh? Yin-yang divine eyes? The rock-holding turtle remarked in slight surprise. At this point, data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. God-scaring painting, venerable level, peerless quality. Note, this painting depicts the creation of the universe. Your soul will be fortified if you meditate with it. Drawback, none. Deduced art, not applicable. Deduction cost, 100 million points. Xiao Xiaochan and the rest of them trembled and woke up. They were all at a loss. Han Fei even saw devastation on their faces. He wondered if they had also witnessed the horrifying attack with the rod from the tablet. Han Fei had never seen such an eye-opening attack before. The rock-holding turtle said grimly, "Off you go. This place will collapse. And you might be hurt." Han Fei and his teammates got off from the rock-holding turtle, and the water trembled again. Spiritual energy was gathering, triggering some sort of tide. That pushed Han Fei's team out. The stone walls were all cracking as if they would collapse at any point. Luo Xiaobai's face slightly changed. An energy outburst. "Let's go." Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. "Where to?" "We're in a maze." Han Fei had already started running. "To Mr. Turtle. It's probably too lazy to move. We can take shelter below it if we can't find a way out." Everybody looked at Han Fei and agreed that it was a good plan. So, they all ran crazily. Behind them, some stone walls were cracking and some were collapsing. Many of the poor stone spirit crabs that pretended to be stones were killed before they realized what was going on. When everybody ran to the stone spirit turtle, they found that the turtle had fallen asleep again. Lu Renquang looked perplexed. He's sleeping again? Isn't he too carefree?" Han Fei was about to step forward when Luo Xiaobai said, "Wait. Spiritual energy is gathering in here too." Everybody realized that it was true. Just now, the spiritual energy on the rock-holding turtle was so intense that they didn't notice it here. But right now, they detected that spiritual energy was concentrating on the stone spirit turtle. A moment later, Han Fei saw sword grasses above his head. He asked in surprise, "Master?" The seal was declining. Although Wenren couldn't arrive in person, her sword grasses had entered the area. Wenren said telepathically, "Get out of there. The seal here is about to be broken. It's dangerous." While Wenren was speaking, the stones on the stone spirit turtle were falling, and it was covered with spiritual energy. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "It's making a breakthrough?" Bam! 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 The stone walls were cracking on a large scale. Some were even exploding, adding to the chaos of spiritual energy. From up above, Wenren said telepathically, "Find shelter." Han Fei said, "Let's just hide below Mr. Turtle's shell." Right after everybody hid in the shelter, the spiritual energy completely burst out, and Han Fei absorbed the rampant spiritual energy with his demon purification pot crazily. Very soon, a shocking wave of water blasted them and turned the place upside down. All kinds of bubbles, mud, bones, and pieces of the stone spirit crabs were popping up. Everybody clung to the stone spirit turtle. Despite its enormous size, the stone spirit turtle was also slowly slipping under the blast. Boom! Han Fei and his teammates almost vomited blood because of the deafening explosion. Huh? What's going on? Why am I woken up again? Han Fei was speechless. Mr. Turtle, the seal is broken. Please protect us for a while. The stone spirit turtle said unhurriedly, Oh? Did you pull the rod out? Han Fei didn't know what to say. Sir, our life is at risk here, and all that you care about is that rod? Huh? Why have I made a breakthrough? The stone spirit turtle was rather stunned, which made Han Fei even more speechless. Do you really not know how much spiritual energy you've just absorbed? Zhang Xuanyu said, Han Fei, enough of the crap and absorb the spiritual energy now. It's the best time for cultivation. Han Fei asked in shock, You're in the mood for cultivation? Zhang Xuanyu said, The more I absorb, the better. I feel that a moment here is worth months of hard training for me. Luo Xiaobai scolded him, Shut up and focus on absorbing spiritual energy, and polishing your body. Han Fei secretly said that he had to resort to lightning strikes if he wanted to polish his body. He'd better focus on absorbing spiritual energy for now. After a few minutes, the waves of spiritual energy were finally gone. When everybody opened their eyes, they found that the stone walls had collapsed to the ground, and that the stone forest had been reduced to rubble. Xiao Xiaochan pointed far away. Look, is that the rock-holding turtle? Everybody looked over and saw a gold point. It was too far away for them to see clearly, but it was likely to be the rock-holding turtle. An enormous vortex emerged before the gold light, and before everybody had a closer look, the rock-holding turtle dove into the vortex and disappeared. Then, the stone forest was back to peace. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. What had happened? They wandered for such a long time in the maze, only to destroy the stone forest in the end? At this point, the stone spirit turtle said slowly, My home is gone. Han Fei said guiltily, Mr. Turtle, I'll lead you to your new home. When Han Fei was talking, Wenren arrived before them. She exclaimed when she saw the stone spirit turtle, but seeing that Han Fei and his teammates were all clinging to the turtle, she knew that it must be a docile creature. The stone spirit turtle said, Another human being? Wenren asked, What happened? What have you done exactly? Han Fei replied, Well, we didn't really do anything. We simply promised Mr. Turtle that we would find him a new home in the coral reefs. Wenren? Wenren felt like beating them up. She thought that the trip would be a good way to teach them a lesson, but they had destroyed the stone forest within a day. Furthermore, Wenren had never seen a rock-holding turtle before either. Amazed by the formidableness of the turtle, she wondered what Han Fei did to get such a legendary creature out. Wenren said, Now is not the best time to talk. Tides are raging on the surface thousands of meters high, and I've collected your boats. Since you're going to the coral reefs, you'd better go underwater. The stone spirit turtle nudged Han Fei with its tail. Can you carry me there? Pooh. Han Fei was lost for words. Are you kidding me? Don't you see how big you are? And how small I am? Even laziness should have limits. Wenren didn't know what to say either, and Han Fei's teammates simply looked at him sympathetically. This turtle is your responsibility, and nobody is helping you. Han Fei said, Sir, it's just a short swim away. More importantly, I can't carry you. The stone spirit turtle said, I'm sure you can. Han Fei shook his head. No, I can't. As they spoke, everybody saw that the water arrow turtle swam by 1,000 meters away, and even glanced at them when it was close. Han Fei said, "Sir, that's your girlfriend that I've found for you. Go chase her." Everyone? The stone spirit turtle? The stone spirit turtle was slightly tempted, but the water arrow turtle had already been gone when it was dawdling. Eventually, under Han Fei's fancy persuasion, it finally swam to the coral reefs unhurriedly. On the way, Wenren asked, "Where did you find this turtle? Why is it so lazy?" Everybody looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei could only manage a smile. "We couldn't have survived without Mr. Turtle. We should find a nest for him as our thanks." Wenren asked, "Is it a level 40 stone spirit turtle?" "Fine. You can do whatever you want, but go back to the town after." Immediately, they were all upset. Han Fei said earnestly, "Master, we were planning to go to the deep sea jungle." Zhang Xuanyu seconded him. "That's right. We're looking for a second contractual spiritual beast for Xiaobai." Lu Renquang didn't really care. "I don't think going back is the worst idea." Xiao Xiaochan glared at him. "Just shut up." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Why don't you come with us, master?" Wenren snapped, "Shut up, all of you. Look at all the trouble you've caused in the past few days. Did I send you down here for treasure hunting? Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai, you aren't even capable of spiritual senses yet, and you're following them in treasure hunting? They're gifted, but you're not. Isn't it embarrassing if they're capable of something that you're not?" Luo Xiaobai blushed. For the first time in her time, she felt that she had been left behind in cultivation. Luo Xiaobai declared solemnly, "Master, I will not go to the ocean again until I grasp my spiritual senses." Wenren asked, "What about you, little fatty?" Lu Renquang looked around and said gloomily, Me neither." Han Fei did find a nest for the stone spirit turtle in a cave of coral. He had planned to fool the stone spirit turtle into going to the fire cloud cave. After all, that place was much remote, and nobody would disturb the turtle in the next 1,000 years. However, the stone spirit turtle stopped swimming and descended the moment it heard that the place was thousands of kilometers away. In the end, Han Fei finally managed to lead the turtle to the coral reefs. In the cave, Han Fei asked, "Mr. Turtle, do you really not want to reconsider? It's only 10,000 kilometers away. It won't be good if you're caught and end up as a contractual spiritual beast when you rest in here." The stone spirit turtle, however, simply crouched and attracted the coral, stones, and seaweeds nearby to itself. Very soon, the turtle turned into a huge coral reef. The stone spirit turtle said, "Human being, you can go now. I have to sleep." Han Fei was lost for words. What an ungrateful turtle. Does our friendship mean nothing to you? Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, "Han Fei, let's go. It probably won't even remember you after it wakes up again." Xiao Xiaochan remarked, "If only all the creatures in the ocean were as lazy as that turtle. In that case, we could catch them easily." Wenren didn't know how to comment on that. Nice dream. The ocean is a place where the strong prey on the weak. The stone spirit turtle is only an exception. Everybody returned to the surface of the ocean, which was now being savaged by storms and tides. But even so, Han Fei saw that plenty of boats were sailing to the stone forest. Lu Renquang sighed. "Fools. I wonder what they will feel when they learn that we ran into a rock-holding turtle." Now that the rock-holding turtle was mentioned, Wenren suddenly asked, "What did you see on the tablet?" The rock-holding turtle said that it was a gift. "Did you get it?" Luo Xiaobai said excitedly, "I saw an enormous tree at the center of the ocean. It's more than 1,000,000 meters tall and covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers." Huh? Everybody was stunned. How could a tree be so big? Han Fei raised his eyebrow as his vision was different from hers. He saw someone hitting tides with a rod, but Xiaobai saw a tree? Xia Xiaochan said, "I saw a fish thousands of feet long. It was cruising among the clouds lonesomely." Wenren furrowed her eyebrow. Was that the gift? I believe what Luo Xiaobai and Xia Xiaochan say, although it sounds rather surreal. How could a tree rise into the sky, and how could a fish be thousands of feet long? VWDs. Lu Renquan looked at Xia Xiaochan in shock. Really? But what I saw was a sword move. I can't describe it. It's just a sword floating before my eyes. That's all. SWO. Zhang Xuanyu gazed at everyone. I didn't see any of those things. I was washed over by tides in an ocean again and again, and I almost had a meltdown. Lu Renquan snorted. Then you're really poor. At the very least, the sword I saw didn't attack me. Everybody looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei scratched his head. I saw a man piercing through a tsunami with a rod. Han Fei felt that the picture was indescribable. It was not a simple stab. When the rod hit the tides and left a hollow in it, he was really amazed, but he couldn't quite describe it. But of course, Han Fei decided to keep the god-scaring painting to himself. After all, the rock-holding turtle had always been a legend, and nobody could have seen this painting. Wenren grew suspicious about their description, wondering if they were only bragging and they had exaggerated the stuff that they had seen. She said solemnly, "Whatever you've obtained from the rock-holding turtle, just keep it to yourself, or other people may try to take it from you. I'm sure you understand that." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Got it, master." Wenren said, "Spiritual energy was gathered here when the rock-holding turtle emerged. Everybody believes that unusual treasures have emerged. You'll stay here until Xiaobai and Lu Renquan grasp their spiritual senses." Everybody accepted the task. Wenren left. She hated the troublemaking students most. After Wenren left, the rest of them looked at each other. Lu Renquan asked, "Well, should we start practicing?" Xia Xiaochan said, "We can communicate with one another somewhere else. This place is too stormy." 3 days had passed. None of the treasure hunters got what they aimed for, but they did find something. The courageous ones among them found that the stone forest was gone. When they dove into the ocean, everybody was shocked to know that, instead of telling this to the public, they all searched for treasures in the debris of the stone forest. In the end, some captured a few stone spirit crabs, some dug a few stones, and some picked up ragged weapons from the remains. After all, no matter how ragged the weapons were, they could still be sold for money since they were from the stone forest. As the incident was leaked out, all kinds of rumors were spreading. So, most great fishing masters in the Blue Sea town were attracted. Hundreds of thousands of people were gathered in the level 2 fishery. At this point, Han Fei and his team were having hot pot on the deck, when Luo Xiaobai said, "I think I'm making progress, but I may need my vines." I regarded my hook as my vine, and I vaguely sensed something near the hook, but It was still fuzzy. Xiao Xiaochan was confused. You can control the seaweed, can't you? That's vision too. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. That's different. I can control the seaweed. Within 1,000 meters, but not those 1,000 kilometers away. Han Fei suggested, what about binding a part of your vines to your hook? Can you sense the hook by doing that? Luo Xiaobai shook her head again. Yes and no. I can't sense anything if it's too far away. So, it's about fishing all over again. Lu Renkuang was eager to pick up spiritual senses, but Lu Renkuang wasn't. His mouth full of meat, he murmured, I vaguely saw something too, but I didn't practice. When I fished, I remembered the sword I saw on the tablet, and then I detected the things near the hook. Huh? Everybody looked at Lu Renkuang. They had found their visions to be useless. They thought that the amazing lives they saw did exist in the boundless ocean. And that they just happened to see those lives. Lu Renkuang bit a part of the squid fish off and said, I kept thinking about that sword, and then controlling the fishing pole became easy for me. Sometimes, I felt that casting the hook was like casting the sword. Why don't you try casting a tree? Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Yours was a sword, but Xiaobai saw a gigantic tree. You really think it's something you can throw? Han Fei pulled Zhang Xuanyu back. Hey, even if you can't throw it, you can still think about it. Didn't you hear that he could sense the things near the hook just by thinking about the sword? Luo Xiaobai's eyes glittered. That's right. Was what she saw on the tablet meaningless? If it was, would it really count as a gift? In fact, not just Lu Renkuang, Han Fei had been thinking about the astonishing stab and the god-scaring painting during his fishing too. He did feel that he was particularly energetic when he thought about those things. At this point, Han Fei saw 6 boats flying in the sky dragging a huge turtle behind them. The meat in Lu Renkuang's mouth dropped off. He asked in shock, isn't that Mr. Turtle? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes bulged. It really is. Was Mr. Turtle found? Xiao Xiaochan said anxiously, that's outrageous. Mr. Turtle was only sleeping. Those people can't let go of an old turtle? Han Fei declared angrily, damn it. We can't let them take Mr. Turtle away, or Mr. Turtle will definitely be killed. Let's ascend and chase them. Everybody in Han Fei's team, including Luo Xiaobai, was infuriated. The stone spirit turtle was the most adorable turtle they had seen, and it gave them a hand. So, they couldn't allow it to end up as a contractual spiritual beast. In the sky, a lot of people were talking to each other. Someone was laughing. We're going to be rich. A stone spirit turtle above. Level 40. We'll earn enough for money for the rest of our lives after we sell it. Someone remarked, thank God that it was still sleeping, or we might not have been able to catch it. Someone else shook their heads. We have 12 people here. You think we couldn't subdue a stone spirit turtle? Stop there, you people in the sky. Release the turtle. Han Fei was more than infuriated on the deck. Huh? A boat is after us? Hee hee. Do those kids want to get themselves killed? They're chasing us? Don't be careless. Kids who have come to a level 2 fishery can't be simple. Nobody will know who they are after they're dead. Old Yang, go deal with them. The remaining 5 boats are enough. Since the stone spirit turtle was very heavy, the other 5 boats slightly dropped when one boat broke away, but they managed to support the stone spirit Turtle. Where are you from, kids? Do you want to die? The moment their boats arrived, vines flew in the air and tied the boat up. Weapons were unleashed from Lu Renkuang's box, and Xia Xiaochan simply appeared on their boat with a flash. What the F***ck? The three people on the boat were all shocked. What kind of weird abilities were those? Everybody knew that Xia Xiaochan was brutal, but the strangers didn't. One of the middle-aged men tried to resist her attacks, but Xia Xiaochan simply broke his spiritual energy protective cover from one side and stabbed deep into his abdomen. The man was heavily wounded before he was able to fuse with his spiritual beast. His two partners were stunned at the toughness of Xia Xiaochan. Before they had the time to react, the torrents of knives and swords were here, followed by Xia Xiaochan's dual attacks. They only had the time to roar, fuse, before their spiritual energy protective covers were broken and they were brutalized. Their spiritual beasts did not play a role at all. Their boat fell from the sky, and Xia Xiaochan flashed to her own boat and Lu Renkuang retreated his weapons. The battle was over after no more than 3 seconds. The people up there were completely dumbfounded. Someone came back to himself and muttered, "Who are you? Don't make any mistakes. We're from the Black River Chamber of Commerce of the Blue Sea Town." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "There are 3 chambers of commerce in the Blue Sea Town, Linglong, Colorful Clothes, and Black River. Those people are the great fishing masters hired by those organizations to acquire resources from the ocean." Zhang Xuanyu said in disdain, "Wherever they're from, they can't take Mr. Turtle away." Han Fei shouted at them, "We can spare your life if you let go of the stone spirit turtle." The people looked awful as Han Fei's team was too strong. They wondered which academy these youngsters were from, but whichever academy it was, they couldn't give up such an invaluable stone spirit turtle easily. Seeing that Han Fei was approaching them, people of the Black River Chamber of Commerce were all anxious. They shouted, "Don't make any mistakes. We found this stone spirit turtle. First, if you rob us, you will be attacking the Black River Chamber of Commerce." Han Fei raised 3 fingers. "I'll give you 3 seconds to reconsider. Are you letting the turtle go or not?" They all looked afraid. After a brief discussion, they left one of them to sail the boats, while the rest of them gathered on one boat to fight Han Fei's team and protect the stone spirit turtle that they had secured. Fuse. All kinds of shadows were emerging. Bony spur fish, ironhead fish, mysterious armored turtle, and lightning crab. 12 of them had fused with their spiritual beasts. They sneered, "Boy, you think you can challenge us, with only the 5 of you? You're not going back alive after ruining our business today." Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan. "Do we take action?" Xia Xiaochan flashed and disappeared. The great fishing masters on the other boat all looked around, only to see nobody. However, they heard a crack in the next second, as the rope that pulled the stone spirit turtle was cut off, and the other 4 boats were all shivering under the weight. Crack. Another rope was broken. Xia Xiaochan was standing on the turtle shell. But then she disappeared again. And appeared on the boat where a guy was left to sail it. Ah! The sailor was stabbed in the abdomen and fell into the ocean, and the other 3 boats couldn't support the stone spirit turtle anymore. They began to collapse with the turtle. Han Fei shouted, "Zhang Xuanyu, crash into them." "Okay. It's been a long time since I fought a human." Haha. In the eyes of the great fishing masters, Han Fei was crazy. A crash from such a high altitude could easily hurt them even though they were great fishing masters, and if they were attacked by the fish in the level 2 fishery, they might even be killed. Stop! Stop! They shouted non-stop, but Han Fei showed no intention of stopping. Then, they shouted again, fight them. Hew! 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 Hooks were cast at Han Fei's boat, but Han Fei simply waved a blue sea wandering dragon dagger and cut all the fishing lines. Standing at the head of the boat, Han Fei declared, "None of your fancy tricks will help you. This stone spirit turtle is ours now." Even when the two boats were only dozens of meters from each other, they all took action. Han Fei had just shot out his 7 chains, Lu Renquang had just released the weapon box, and Luo Xiaobai just sent out her vines, when they saw that the enemy's boat trembled and Xia Shaochan had boarded it. She stabbed through the sailor and then destroyed the controller of the boat. Before Han Fei and his pals attacked, their enemies had already been falling to the ocean. Some attempted to jump on Han Fei's boat, only to be blocked by Han Fei with his daggers. Then, Xia Shaochan appeared behind everybody casually. "Are you silly? Why do you want to fight a dozen people the hard way when you can let them fall?" "Everyone," Lu Renquang murmured, "isn't this a little bit unscrupulous?" Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Has it never occurred to you that Xia Shaochan is more terrifying than a dozen great fishing masters?" Xia Shaochan turned to look back at Zhang Xuanyu. "What did you say?" "And nothing. I said that you were adorable. I've never seen a girl as beautiful and capable as you." Han Fei slapped his thigh. "Right. Since when have I become a battle maniac? I have to change that bad habit." Han Fei remembered that he had planned to pursue a career in hidden weapons earlier, but he forgot after Jiang Qin's teaching. He was amazed by how Xia Shaochan finished the enemy with no bloodshed. Zhang Xuanyu sailed the boat down to the 3 boats that were slowly dropping. Han Fei shouted at the sailors on the boats, "Land the boats now. Do you want me to give you a hand?" The sailors on the boats couldn't have looked more awful. They had personally seen a dozen of their partners falling from the sky just now. Thankfully, this altitude was not very high, and they wouldn't be killed by the crash as great fishing masters. However, they were a dozen great fishing masters, and they couldn't defeat a bunch of kids. The sailors dare not say anything at this point. Having no advantages right now, their only option was to land and run as quickly as possible. Han Fei was not hasty either. At this point, Han Fei was knocking the turtle shell with a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei knocked for almost 2 minutes, before he finally woke up the turtle. "Who is it?" "I'm sleeping." The great fishing masters on the 3 boats were all shocked. What was the meaning of that? Why could this turtle talk? Lu Renquang clicked his tongue. Mr. Turtle probably doesn't know that he has been flying in the sky. Han Fei didn't know what to say. "Mr. Turtle, you were almost captured. Look at where you are right now." The stone spirit turtle stretched its head out and immediately grew anxious. "Where is the water and the coral?" Han Fei's eyes bulged. "Mr. Turtle, you almost end up as their contractual spiritual beast, did you know that?" Han Fei really doubted that if it weren't for the seal of the stone forest, this stone spirit turtle would have already become someone's contractual spiritual beast. When it found that it was suspended in the sky, it was just a little surprised. And even asked weakly, "Can I still sleep after becoming a contractual spiritual beast?" Hanfei was helpless. "Of course not. You'll have to come out to fight for your master every few days." "Are you afraid?" The stone spirit turtle remained aloof. "Well, then forget it. I'd better not become a contractual spiritual beast." Xia Shaochan chimed in, "Big turtle, you are stupid. If you are caught by someone, you won't be able to sleep any longer. So, you should listen to Han Fei and find a secluded place to sleep." The stone spirit turtle was aggrieved. "How? Isn't this place secluded?" "But..." Han Fei pointed at himself with his mouth open. "So he became the bad guy?" Han Fei said angrily, "Master Turtle, be fair. This time I saved you, but you won't be so lucky next time." Bam! At this time, the fishing boats fell into the sea together. As soon as it entered the water, the stone spirit turtle flung itself. Perhaps it exerted too great a strength, and a fishing boat was directly overturned. The other two fishing boats did not turn over, but gave a jolt at sea. The two men on the ships immediately cut off the chains and ran away. Although they were great fishing masters, the stone spirit turtle was already over level 40. They were not its match. As for the ship that fell from the sky, it had almost been damaged. There were more than a dozen people on it, but apparently someone fell into the water and did not come up again. It seemed that one or two people were missing. At this moment, these people were steering the broken ship to ram at Han Fei. And the others? "Little bastards, leave your lives here." Han Fei looked at the turtle and said, "Master Turtle, these people caught you. If I were you, I would knock them over." However, the stone spirit turtle said lazily, "I'm tired. I don't want to move." Han Fei was speechless. "You damn turtle. I saved you, but you don't even give us a helping hand." Luo Xiaobai sighed. "Forget it, fighting is also part of cultivation. We may encounter this situation again in the future. Let's fight them." Zhang Xuanyu immediately swung his rod and a huge wave of tens of meters high was raised. He laughed. "Fei, let me show you the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea at sea." At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu's momentum was soaring and the waves behind him pushed him forward. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Come on." After that, countless vines swished out from the water and easily caught the other party's ship. "Attention, kill the manipulator first," someone yelled. At the same time, at least 4 people left the fishing boat. Someone jumped into the water and, when he jumped out again, a spear thrust at Luo Xiaobai. Lu Renquang patted his armor box and chuckled. "His spiritual beast is a strip fish. That's simply a piece of cake for me." A long knife swept out of the armor box and turned into a 7 or 8 meter long shadow. Lu Renquang muttered, "This is a new combat skill I created. I am going to call it Crazy Slash." Han Fei clicked his tongue. "You should read more books." "What a corny name." Then, Han Fei strode out of the boat and stepped through the air, and 3 blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out. Although his purple bamboo rod was destroyed, he still had a fishing rod. He held his fishing rod in one hand and cast the fishhook in an instant. 3 men attacked from the left and were blocked by Han Fei alone. One of them tried to resist the blue sea wandering dragon dagger, only to have his Armor shield and spiritual energy protective cover burst while he was pierced through the chest. Seeing this scene, the other two quickly retreated, but Han Fei's fishing rod had caught one person's feet. Han Fei approached him in 2 or 3 steps and his body put on different postures in the air, easily avoiding dozens of bone spurs thrown out by the other party. Pooh! Thrusting a dagger into this man's chest, Han Fei grinned ferociously. Your spiritual beast bony spur fish may be a bit useful in protecting you, but is just a piece of junk if you want to use it as a hidden weapon. Then he pulled out the dagger, letting this man fall into the water. As for the remaining person, he was completely freaked out. Why are these teenagers so strong? At the other end, Xia Xiaochan, who had mastered the magical skill of flashing, attacked more simply. She flashed and exploded, taking the life of the last great fishing master. At this time, Zhang Xuanyu had just approached the other party's fishing boat. With a flash in his eyes, he launched a soul attack and a person on the boat immediately turned glassy-eyed. Bam! The man was bumped into the air and blood spurted out of him. If it were not for the 2 great fishing masters protecting him with a spiritual energy protective cover at the same time, the man would have been dead. When Zhang Xuanyu stepped on the waves again, Luo Xiaobai's vines had woven a large vine that was tens of meters long. Snap! The vines cracked down like a giant whip and the deck of the other party's fishing boat was broken. When the 3 people on the boat finally managed to contain the whip, Zhang Xuanyu launched another 7-layered waves in furious sea at them. What was worse, Xia Xiaochan sneakily appeared behind a person and stabbed him. Han Fei, who rushed by and happened to see this scene, broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, my body is sturdy. Otherwise, I might have been stabbed to death by this girl. The great fishing masters of the other party were stunned. Someone shouted in shock, the perfect combination. 7-layered waves in furious sea. They are the Thug Legend team. Just after the man shouted, Lu Renkuang's torrents of knives and swords arrived. For a moment, there were giant vines, swords, knives, raging waves, and daggers in the space of dozens of square meters. The other people were also experienced great fishing masters. They tried to fight back, only to be crushed in a minute. Crack! Bam! The fishing boat disintegrated. In just a few minutes, this group of more than a dozen people was crushed. Seeing this scene, the 2 fishing boats that had escaped sped away and dared not to come back to help their companions. Come on! That's the Thug Legend who won 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena and crushed the top 100 students of the other 3 academies. They were not their match at all. Luo Xiaobai shouted, Xiaochan, don't kill them. Xia Xiaochan appeared, waved the daggers in her hand, and grunted. I'm not interested in killing junior great fishing masters. I just want to teach them a lesson that age doesn't mean anything. Han Fei went back to the fishing boat and lay on the bow of the boat, looking at the stone spirit turtle. Master Turtle, we can take you to find a place to sleep. Would you like to go? Is it far away? If it's far away, Han Fei said angrily, do you still want to be caught? By then, you'll have to come out to fight frequently. That will be much more tiring than swimming tens of thousands of miles. The stone spirit turtle seemed to think about it carefully, and in the end, it said lazily, fine. Human, can you pull me along? Han Fei. Everyone In the end, Han Fei compromised and pulled it along with a chain. They set off for the Fire Cloud Cave. As soon as they left, these people from the Black River Chamber of Commerce gathered up immediately. They climbed on the last 2 fishing boats in utter panic. 6 people died. How will we explain this when we go back? Someone mumbled, just say that we met the thug legend. We're lucky to survive. They are not ordinary kids. They are seated students of the 4th Academy. Just let the Chamber of Commerce deal with them. Fire Cloud Cave. Now there was no treasure in it. Although there was something like earth fire. No one had ever seen it, but the cave was gorgeous indeed, with small fish and shrimp, coral and shellfish. Colorful and beautiful. Master Turtle, just sleep here. You helped us once, now we've paid you back. I don't owe you now. The stone spirit turtle lay straight on the ground. I'm exhausted. So sleepy. You can go now. I'm going to sleep. Xiao Xiaochan said angrily, you ungrateful big turtle. If it weren't for us, you would have become a contractual spiritual beast. You should thank us. He Xiaoyu muttered, Xiaochan. Xiao Xiaochan was angry. Humph, did I say something wrong? The spirit stone turtle was so sleepy that it could hardly keep its eyes open. Maybe it thought what Xiao Xiaochan said was right. It shook its body and a black stone fell from the crack of its turtle shell. Okay, I'll give this to you. Xiao Xiaochan was stunned. What is this? A broken stone? I don't know. Someone stuffed it into my shell when I was a kid. But he didn't come back to get it. I don't have anything else, so I can only give this to you. Han Fei stepped forward and patted the turtle shell. Okay, Master Turtle. Just sleep. Xiaochan is kidding. That being said, Han Fei came up to pick up the stone. Someone gave it to you? Really? The stone spirit turtle quickly fell asleep. Han Fei and the others were used to it. The most adorable creatures they had ever met were the stone spirit crab and stone spirit turtle, both called stone spirit. One was very good at deceiving itself and the other only knew to sleep. On the fishing boat, Xiao Xiaochan pried open the stone with a dagger and found that there was a small box inside. Lu Renkuang exclaimed, is it a treasure? Zhang Xuanyu wondered, didn't Master Turtle say that when it was a child, someone plugged it into its shell? How many years ago was it when it was a child? Was it about 1,000 years ago? Luo Xiaobai nodded. At that time, the stone spirit turtle was still very weak, so it must not be a treasure. Han Fei suggested, open it. Then we'll know what it is. Crack. As soon as he said so, Xiao Xiaochan had opened the box, in which it was a fish skin map. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu immediately pushed Lu Renkuang aside, asking simultaneously, a treasure map? Lu Renkuang was stunned. Come on, we're classmates. How could you treat me like this? Xiao Xiaochan was also surprised and quickly spread out the map. Huh? Where is this? Xiao Xiaochan wondered, this is not the map of the level 2 fishery. The dangerous places of the level 2 fishery are not on it. Luo Xiaobai was confused. They shouldn't be. Otherwise, at least the floating islands should be marked. Han Fei agreed. Yes, there aren't even floating islands, which means that this is not the sea area of floating islands at all. Since it's not the level 2 fishery, let alone the level 1 fishery. Zhang Xuanyu and Han Fei looked at each other again. Is it the level 3 fishery? Just as the two were excited, a cold voice came from behind. No. Teacher? They looked back, only to see that Wenren appeared on the deck from nowhere, and they were startled. Han Fei gaped. It seemed that not only Xia Xiaochan had the ability of stealth. Why do these people all like to eavesdrop? Wenren explained, it is not the map of the level 3 fishery. The area on this fish skin map does not seem to be large. According to the mountain on the map, the area shouldn't be larger than 1,000 square miles and should even be smaller than an ordinary fishery. Zhang Xuanyu was excited. Teacher, can we find this place? Wenren thought for a while. Find it yourselves. Then why are you here? Wenren was silent for a while. I'm just curious. After that, Wenren flew away with a swish. But her voice was still heard. You should practice fishing more. Don't think of treasures all day long. Treasures are everywhere. When you're strong enough, you can get as many treasures as you want. Everyone. Because no one knew what the map was about, their interest was gone. Xia Xiaochan threw the box into Han Fei's hands. Just put it into the sea. Swallowing seashell. Han Fei scoffed. Am I your butler? Am I your warehouse? Lu Renquang smiled. But only you have a sea-swallowing seashell. Or, you can make one for each of us? Ho ho, I'll just put it in the seashell. Safe. In the next few days, they were just fishing, but didn't use bait for fishing. To be more specific, they were fishing with technology, Han Fei only insisted. For a day before he lay on the deck and fell asleep. Lu Renquang was really jealous of him. In fact, Han Fei was researching the god-scaring painting. This picture had been imprinted in his mind. Although Han Fei didn't know what the use of this picture was, from the 100 million points of spiritual energy required to deduce it, he knew this painting couldn't be simple. This was in the same class as the indestructible body art. After nearly a month, Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang had mastered mental perception one after another. And Han Fei, except for eating, had been sleeping. At this moment, a hot pot had been set up on the ship. The four were looking at Han Fei and discussing. Lu Renquang asked, was he infected by Master Turtle? All this time, he did nothing but eat and sleep. I think he is too much. If he goes on like this, he will get fat again. Zhang Xuanyu guessed, he must be thinking about the picture. I have been thinking about it too recently. I feel that my perception range has increased a bit. It is already 1 meter. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Me too. I think we just need to think about that picture as much as possible. Every time I see the big fish, I feel very magical, and I still think so after watching it countless times. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Just think about it? My perception is not more than 2 feet now. Lu Renquang nodded. Mine isn't either. Han Fei was lost in his thoughts. He began to sleep 20 days ago, because he discovered something. Whenever he closed his eyes and thought about the god-scaring painting, he would see it very clearly. But when he opened his eyes and wasn't in a state of meditation, he couldn't remember what the painting was like. This month, he had been trying to remember this picture, but so far he hadn't succeeded. So, he used many methods, such as the copying method, line dismantling method, and spiritual energy drawing method. But none of these methods worked. In the end, he found that the painting seemed to be able to be split. At first, he split it into 100 pieces. But after trying for 5 days, he couldn't even remember a single piece. So he split it into 1,000 pieces, and now he finally remembered a piece of it. Don't underestimate this piece. When Han Fei cast the fishhook again, his mental perception range changed from 5 meters to 50 meters. This breakthrough directly shocked him. It was just a small picture, but his perception range was expanded by 10 times. To his pleasure, he could not only perceive the underwater area, but also sensed the area around him. For example, at this moment, Han Fei could see the 4 of them staring at him. Lu Renquang glanced at the hot pot occasionally. Luo Xiaobai looked at him with a frown. Zhang Xuanyu was bragging, Xia Shaochan was in a daze. Snap! Han Fei suddenly sat up and startled the 4 of them. Zhang Xuanyu worried. Fei Fei, are you okay? You've looked a bit strange recently. Han Fei twisted his neck and turned to sit in front of the hot pot. Strange? Is it that I have become thinner, so you feel pressure? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Pressure? What kind of pressure can I have? Are you more handsome than me, or are you taller than me? Han Fei turned black. Humph, do you want to fight? Han Fei took the lead to pick a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, saying casually, let me give you a hint. Take more time to think about the picture on a bigger scale. Analyze every detail of it. Luo Xiaobai immediately asked, can it improve our perception? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Xia Shaochan asked, how much was your perception improved? While eating fish, Han Fei picked his fishing rod and threw it into the sea. About 10 meters. Wow. Pooh. Cough, cough. Lu Renquang spit the fish in his mouth and looked at Han Fei in shock. How much? Not only Lu Renquang, everyone was stunned. Their perception range still stayed within a few feet, at most half a meter, and Han Fei's had already reached 10 meters, which really shocked them. Xia Shaochan stared at Han Fei. Are you sure? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. If I tell them it's actually 50 meters, will I be beaten to death by them? Eat, eat. Talk while eating. Zhang Xuanyu screamed, ah. That's unfair. Are you a monster? Xia Shaochan mumbled, why is my perception range only 3 meters? No, I'll sleep 2 from tomorrow on. Lu Renquang blinked. I don't want to talk to you too. Too much. You're too much. Han Fei chuckled. Now we've all learned mental perception. As for the range of perception, it's just a matter of time. Now do you have any ideas about the deep-sea jungle? Lu Renquang looked unmotivated. Not interested. I just want to sleep after the meal. Luo Xiaobai said slowly, Han Fei, it's your turn to keep watch at night. Me? Ho ho. The wind was not strong at night on the ocean. Though the boat was slightly rocky, it was no different from the ground for those who were used to life on the ocean. Han Fei was fishing with a pole by himself, and his partners were all sleeping. They were all scared by Han Fei's remark about his vision of 10 meters. After dinner, they studied the pictures they saw on the tablet eagerly. Bored, Han Fei caught a strip fish and threw it back after absorbing its spiritual energy. Then he did the same to a squid. In the end, he couldn't remember how many fish he had caught and thrown away. Should I sail the boat to the deep-sea jungle first? Han Fei was tempted. Although his teammates were unwilling to go there, they would have no options except to explore it if he led them there. Immediately, Han Fei controlled the boat to fly towards the ocean over the deep-sea jungle. Wen Renyu was more than infuriated from her watch, as the troublemaker was making trouble again after laying low for only 1 month. But Wen Renyu was puzzled too. Were the pictures that Han Fei's team saw real? Expanding the range of spiritual sense to 10 meters was terrifying. Earlier, she couldn't have grasped the ability unless she became a dangling fisher and visited that place. However, those young people had grasped it in 2 months. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, in particular, were astonishingly fast. The deep-sea jungle was not as wide as the coral reefs. It only covered about 300 square kilometers. Hardly had Han Fei landed when he saw the seaweed as well as the regular fish killed by the seaweed in the ocean. Because of the bountiful seaweed, a layer of sea melon seeds, as well as many conchs, had grown above them. There were also small crabs that were hiding in the seaweed. Han Fei poked with his fishing pole and found that the seaweed had stems that extended from the bottom of the ocean. Some of the stems were thicker than others, occupied by clams, crabs, and big conchs. The rest of them might know where Han Fei was sailing the boat to, but none of them got up. After all, it was Han Fei's turn of duty, and their own cultivation was more important. Han Fei drew out his fishing pole and cast the hook in a relatively empty place among the seaweed. Han Fei was lost for words after the casting, as he had to avoid the stems in the water through the winding snake technique. It was more than 10 times difficult to fish here. Very soon, the hook had descended by more than 300 meters, and Han Fei vaguely saw the jungle at the bottom of the ocean. It was not exactly a jungle, as it was not made of tall, straight trees, but of crooked, weird ones. Some of the trees were bare, and some had fresh branches like willows. Han Fei pressed deeper, only to exclaim in surprise. There are fish living within the trees? He was quite curious. He saw that many fish were hanging on the trunks and branches and charging at the plankton now and then. Incredible. Let me get one of them. The hook flashed and caught a fish that was swimming towards the plankton. It was only 1 foot long. However, when the fish was caught, Han Fei failed to pull the fish back as usual. Then, his face changed, as infinite branches were coming at the hook. Han Fei didn't realize until they were closer that those fish were actually connected to the branches. Han Fei swallowed. Fish growing on trees? That sounds almost as absurd as sowing fish on the land. Han Fei pulled hard, and spiritual energy burst out from the hook, cutting off the branch that connected the fish. But instead of pulling the hook back, immediately, Han Fei controlled the fishing pole to wander in the water, wondering what other branches would do. But out of his expectation, while Han Fei was wandering, the fish on the tree stuck their tongues at him, which was another eye-opener for Han Fei. Even frogs couldn't have such long tongues. Han Fei hurried to stay away. Their tongues were dozens of meters long and disgusted Han Fei, who wondered if they had nothing but tongues in their body. At this point, Han Fei had reeled in the pole and left the other fish far behind. A moment later, Han Fei waved his dagger when the fish he caught surfaced, cutting off its tongue the moment it stuck the tongue out. Clap. Clap. Han Fei grabbed the fish and checked its data. Name: wooden fish. Introduction: this is a fish that lives on sea willows. It can make strange Sounds to attract other creatures and hunt them. Level 21. Quality regular, dying. Spiritual energy 219 points. Effect inedible. Collectible none. Absorbable. Han Fei found it amazing. The fish was dying when it had just left the tree. So, had the fish been hunting by itself, or had the sea willow been controlling those fish? Han Fei examined the fish, only to discover that it was as hard as wood. It was like a toy. Goo goo goo, dang. 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 The wooden fish sounded like a cuckoo, except that its sound was duller. Huh? What's this fish? Han Fei almost threw the wooden fish away when he heard Xia Xiaochan's voice. Unexpectedly. Don't sneak up on me like that. Aren't you training? Why are you suddenly up? Instead of giving an answer, Xia Xiaochan stared at Han Fei's fish and asked, "What's this fish? It's screaming." As she spoke, Xia Xiaochan took over the wooden fish. But she immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's made of wood?" Han Fei nodded. "That's right. It's a fish that grows on trees." "Xia Xiaochan?" Han Fei said, "We're above the deep-sea jungle right now. I tried fishing just now and caught this wooden fish." Xia Xiaochan stared at Han Fei gloomily. "So, you sailed the boat to the deep sea jungle while we were asleep?" As if he didn't hear her criticism, Han Fei said solemnly, "That's not important. The important thing is that this is an amazing place. Do you know that the trees at the bottom of the ocean are laden with such fish?" Xia Xiaochan said unconcernedly, "That's not really a big deal. There are all kinds of wonders in this world, and fish that grow on trees are not really weird." Han Fei chuckled. "That's easy for you to say, but don't you find the trees strange apart from the fish? There was no photosynthesis 300 meters deep in the water. How could the trees have grown into a jungle down there? What was the source of their energy?" Xia Xiaochan grabbed her fishing pole. "I'll try it." Xia Xiaochan was quite curious about the sea willows that Han Fei mentioned. She couldn't imagine what a tree laden with fish would look like. A moment later, Xia Xiaochan shook her head. "I can't go down. There is too much seaweed in my way." Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to a different place." A moment later, they found a place with relatively less seaweed. After casting the hook, they looked at each other in surprise. Xia Xiaochan asked, "Did you see the fish just now?" Han Fei said, "What do you think?" This time, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan saw plenty of fish, but most of them were common. By logic, those fish should be living in the general fishery instead of this place. Han Fei scouted the area with the winding snake technique and found that this place had a greater variety of creatures. There were red, green, and yellow algae and seaweed in this place, as well as clusters of sea anemone above the seaweed. Han Fei saw many sea urchins half a meter long with stings all over their black bodies. Xia Xiaochan was lost for words. "Why are you drooling?" Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "Wait a moment. I found good stuff." Controlling the hook, Han Fei caught a sea urchin in the blink of an eye. He was not worried at all that it might flee, because the sea urchin was a timid creature and couldn't move fast. Most sea urchins could only move 1 meter in a day if there was abundant algae, and only several centimeters when there was not enough food. Hew! The sea urchin burst out its stingers dozens of meters away the moment it was caught. Han Fei smacked his lips. "The only way you can hurt me is to shoot them hundreds of meters away." But before Han Fei pulled the sea urchin back, he saw that the stingers that were shot out returned to the sea urchin as if they were connected to the sea urchin by lines. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Really? Han Fei said to Xia Xiaochan, go wake up the fatty. Xia Xiaochan? Xia Xiaochan woke up Lu Renquang, and Lu Renquang was drowsy. What's wrong? Get your shield out. Lu Renquang took out his shield and asked, in confusion, what's wrong? Is there an enemy around? Han Fei said, I found good stuff, but you need to protect Xiaobai since it is rather prickly. Lu Renquang was still puzzled, but he covered Luo Xiaobai with his shield. Why do you need my shield? Can't you block it by yourself? Han Fei said, of course I can, but I don't want to be stung. Are you silly? As Han Fei pulled the hook, a black object surfaced very soon and unleashed all its iron stingers the moment it appeared. Oh! Who stabbed me? Who? Zhang Xuanyu jumped to his feet, with 2 stingers on his butt and 1 on his back. Lu Renquang covered his grin. Ha! I forgot to cover him. Zhang Xuanyu shook the stingers off with his spiritual energy. He was about to curse in fury and embarrassment when he saw stingers darting at him again. He hurried to deflect those stingers with his rod. At this point, Han Fei waved his blue sea wandering dragon dagger and cut the threads that connected the stingers and the fish. When Han Fei finally picked up the black ball, Zhang Xuanyu ran to him and complained, why are you all covered by the shield, but I am not? Luo Xiaobai woke up in confusion and saw black stingers all over the boat and a black ball that Han Fei was holding. Luo Xiaobai asked, what's going on? Have we been attacked? Han Fei smiled. We're fine. I just found something delicious. Since it is almost dawn, I decided to catch it as breakfast. Everyone? Lu Renquang chuckled. That's why you woke me up just now. Okay. Please wake me up whenever you're going to make food again. Zhang Xuanyu asked gloomily, why was I not covered? Han Fei and Lu Renquang replied, we forgot. Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai stepped forward and picked up a stinger. Then she exclaimed, this is very hard. What is it? Han Fei said, a sea urchin. Lu Renquang was not convinced. Are you trying to fool me? You can really eat that? I've seen those things in the general fishery. See. Han Fei snorted. We must see nature instead of superficial things. You can certainly eat it after you remove all the stingers, can't you? After the fuss that Han Fei caused, everybody lost interest in cultivating. Zhang Xuanyu asked, what is this place? Why are there so many algae? Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes. Han Fei, have you just sailed the boat to the deep-sea jungle? Han Fei chuckled and said, I didn't have anything better to do. Let me tell you, this is an amazing place. There is a kind of fish here that grows on trees. After that, Han Fei kicked the wooden fish to everyone. Lu Renquang grabbed the fish. Huh? It's hard. Wait, it can be bent. Wow. This fish is really wooden. Luo Xiaobai took over the wooden fish curiously. The fish is still alive, but it's dying. Does it have any abilities? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, it can stick its tongue more than 10 meters away. The bigger ones might be able to do it even further. Han Fei had chopped the tongue of the wooden fish when he caught it, so he didn't know the features of the tongue. Zhang Xuanyu asked curiously, what do the trees that the wooden fish grow on look like? Those weird things often contain treasures. Han Fei said, I'm not sure. I didn't get a closer look. However, I don't think there are treasures in this place. Xia Xiaochan asked, why not? Han Fei had his own theory. Places where seaweed gathered had much more oxygen than usual, which resulted in the biodiversity of this area. Since so many different kinds of creatures were living in this place, they would have swallowed the treasures even if there were any. Han Fei said, just look down. There are too many creatures down there. We're too late even if there's any treasure. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. You don't know that. If what you said is true, why is the deep-sea jungle considered the second most dangerous place in the Level 2 fishery? Han Fei smiled. You really want to know? Let's find out down there. Luo Xiaobai frowned. No, at least not now. You make breakfast first while we keep training. I feel that the range of my senses has increased a little bit. Lu Renquang scratched his head. Me too. Perhaps that picture was meant to enhance our senses. Zhang Xuanyu said, okay, I'll go back to sleep. But Han Fei, don't fish anymore, or at least inform me before you do. Then, they all went back to sleep, except Xia Xiaochan, who squatted next to the sea urchin curiously. Han Fei asked in surprise, why are you not sleeping? Xia Xiaochan prodded the sea urchin. I'm more interested in the world down below right now. Of course, I'm interested in this sea urchin too. Han Fei smiled. Is that so? Let me tell you, this is very delicious. In the morning, when a basin of sushi was placed on the table, Han Fei sighed and said, it would be even more delicious if I had more ingredients. He didn't have rice, mustard, or salad for the sushi. Thankfully, Han Fei had acquired some fish eggs from a fish he caught. He asked Xia Xiaochan to dry the kelp and prepare the crab meat as well as cucumber pieces. Together with the vinegar, it was a perfect breakfast. Huh? Han Fei was appreciating his work when he was shocked by the data that he saw. Name, spiny sea urchin sushi. Introduction, this is a food made of the essence of many ingredients. It's tasteful and contains plenty of spiritual energy. Level 20. Quality rare. Spiritual energy, 282 points. Effect, it can fill your stomach and temporarily increase your health for an hour when eaten. It was not the first time that Han Fei saw the data. He had seen a lot when he made food for himself, but he had never made a food of the rare quality before. Also, the sushi didn't contain a lot of ingredients compared to hot pot. However, the stew that he made in hot pot was only mortal level, high quality. Even the squid hot pot in the level 2 fishery was also mortal level. But this time, the sushi had reached the spirit level. Han Fei was also shocked that the sushi could enhance one's health temporarily. At this point, Han Fei remembered old Zhang's remark that he would make a good gourmet cook. At that time, Han Fei's reply was that he only made food for himself and he would rather not be a cook. Then, when he made vinegar, old Jiang mentioned that the stronger a creature was, the more effective it would be if it was eaten. At that time, Han Fei did not really think that one could be stronger by eating. But he had a new idea. Now, what if the enhancement of health became permanent? He could try better ingredients than the common ones in the level 2 fishery. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. If he could acquire some fancy ingredients, could he create a permanent buffet for himself? That would be so much easier than cultivation. Xia Xiaochan waved her hand before Han Fei. Han Fei. Han Fei. Han Fei was woken up. Huh? What's wrong? Xiao Xiaochan said, the food is still raw. It's not cooked. Han Fei chuckled. Some food needs to be cooked, and some don't. Look, just dip it in vinegar. As he spoke, Han Fei picked up a piece of sushi and put it in his mouth after dipping it in vinegar. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as the seafood with spiritual energy was unbelievably delicious. Lu Renkuang suddenly sat up. I smell vinegar. Xiao Xiaochan mocked him. What a foodie. Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were woken up again, and they all began eating the sushi. Lu Renkuang asked with his mouth full, Han Fei, can you teach me how to cook? How can I be as good at cooking as you? Han Fei said mysteriously, creation. Food must both look and taste delicious. That should be your goal. Lu Renkuang looked at him in admiration. He had been meaning to learn Han Fei's creativity for a long time, but he couldn't. He never knew that certain ingredients could be combined until Han Fei created a new food each time. Then, Wenren appeared out of nowhere and stepped onto the boat. 2. Everybody's surprise, she grabbed a piece of sushi, dipped it in vinegar, and put it in her mouth. Wenren swallowed and said, Han Fei, you will cook for a month as punishment after we return. Han Fei? Everybody was surprised to see Wenren. Why did she suddenly appear when she had told everybody to continue their training and she would observe them in secret? Han Fei tried to please her. Master, we're already at the deep-sea jungle. It would be a waste if we just go back without exploring it, wouldn't it? Zhang Xuanyu nodded quickly. That's right, Master. You're not asking us to return right now, are you? Wenren had been busy swallowing the sushi. She didn't say anything until the two of them finished. That's why I'm punishing you. Also, I can tell you that there are no treasures in the deep-sea jungle. Han Fei asked in surprise, Master, have you been there? Wenren snorted. If you want to go down there, just go. Don't try to learn anything from me. I'll go down with you this time, but I will not help you unless it's necessary. Pa. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu had a high five as their plan worked. Wenren slightly shook her head. But then she remembered that she had been curious about the undersea world 2 years previously. Actually, before she arrived, the teachers had discussed and agreed that they could allow Han Fei's team to explore the ocean, which would be a good lesson for them. Receiving Wenren's approval, everybody including Luo Xiaobai was delighted. A moment later, Han Fei said, Fatty, make sure that your weapons are prepared. There are too many algae and seaweeds down below. Slash them if we're about to be tied up. Lu Renkuang bashed his chest and promised, you got it. But I don't really think that those plants can be dangerous. Everybody jumped into the water, and Han Fei and Lu Renkuang cut the seaweed and the broad algae with their blades. After only a dozen meters, they met a shoal of fish, which was not really surprising. Lu Renkuang simply unleashed his weapons and cleared the way for everyone. After 30 meters, they met bigger groups of fish. The fish were regular but quite aggressive. Soon, everybody was surrounded with chopped seaweed and fish meat. Luo Xiaobai said, pay attention to the broadleaf algae. They're spreading to us. Han Fei said, the broadleaf algae have to be completely minced. Han Fei recognized the plant. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, this algae was carnivorous. Lu Renkuang said, rest assured. I got this. Then, his elbow flashed, and the thousand-blade tortoise appeared. In the next moment, blades were rotating and cutting the algae. But to everyone's surprise, the algae was not minced. Instead, all the algae instantly rolled their leaves into a stick, which reminded Han Fei of mimose. Different from mimose, the sticks did not retreat at all, but attacked the sharp blades of the thousand-blade tortoise as if they were made of iron. For a moment, hundreds of algae sticks were like furious tentacles at the bottom of the ocean. Of course, the algae sticks did not have a lot of advantages, and most of them were cut by the thousand-blade tortoise in the end. However, what surprised everybody was that the broad leaves that had been cut off stretched out into long banners that floated at them again. One or two of them would be easier to deal with, but when hundreds of broad leaves were blown at them, the area where Han Fei was swimming was immediately locked down. Lu Renkuang's face changed. Don't move. Let me do this. It seems that we have to chop them into pieces. Torrents of knives and swords. With the thousand-blade tortoise on the outside and Lu Renkuang's weapons inside, everybody felt that they had been trapped in a vortex. Of course, the broad leaves that surrounded them were soon penetrated. Luo Xiaobai said, not good. Those broad leaves seem to be releasing some kind of toxic matter. Everybody hurried to escape from the area. Wenren appeared behind them and said, first time. If this algae was not regular ones in the level 2 fishery, and if you hadn't taken the exotic poisonous fruit and the moon watching fruit, you would have been paralyzed and strangled by this algae. Everybody had cold sweat as they had miscalculated. If they were caught in the situation that Wenren described, they would have been killed at the beginning of the adventure. Han Fei swallowed hard. No wonder the deep-sea jungle was regarded as the second most dangerous place in the level 2 fishery. Most of the great fishing masters probably would have been killed by the algae on the upper level before they dove deeper. But this incident increased the wariness of Han Fei's team. Every life at the bottom of the ocean, including the plain-looking plants like seaweed and algae, had their significance. The minced seaweed had only a bare stem and a round food bag on the top. Yes. Those algae had food bags, and they were all full. Lu Renkuang cut one of them open and saw all kinds of digested and undigested fish in them. Xia Xiaochan cut off the bag, leaving the bare stem behind. Zhang Xuanyu knocked the stem and said to everyone, it's at least mortal level, low quality. It's very hard. Luo Xiaobai said, let's be careful. Don't bother the stems. They're of no use for us. Everybody nodded and kept descending. Maybe because the algae on the upper level had been covering up for the lower level, they did not meet any danger in the next 100 meters except for some strip fish, swordfish and ironhead fish, which were common in every place. Those fish were the source of food for the plants in this area. However, since the fish lived in this place when it was dangerous, it meant that the fish could earn enough things that were worth the risk from this place. Very soon, Han Fei's team found where the fish were gathered. Going further down, they found shellfish and conchs on the algae. Some of the conchs had mutated and emitted glamorous colors on their back. Xia Xiaochan picked some of them up. Han Fei saw a couple of orange, flat fish that were biting and pulling the conchs from the algae. When Han Fei's team approached, the fish hurried to swim away. Xia Xiaochan was delighted. This place is more beautiful than the coral reefs. Han Fei said, the more beautiful a place looks, the more dangerous it might be. It's like the more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her. Excuse me? Xiao Xiaochan, Wen Renyu, and Luo Xiaobai scoffed and glared at Han Fei at the same time. Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips. Han Fei, can you not be so blunt? You may be killed someday because of that. Han Fei blushed, as he had unintentionally revealed the big secret. After descending for another 50 meters, they found uneven rocks around them, but those rocks had been covered by seaweeds and sea anemone. Han Fei saw a cluster of red and white sea anemone that had 10 big tentacles, with infinite smaller tentacles on them. When a school of strip fish swam by, the tentacles immediately grabbed a couple of them and sent them to the hole at the center of the sea anemone. On their way, Han Fei's team saw mysterious armored turtles, red spot squids, big fish with 2 sharp fangs, and a mantis shrimp that was going on hunting. Of course, those creatures did not cause any trouble. A group of strip fish intended to attack them, but they all slipped away in fear after Luo Xiaobai hit them with her vines. Bam. Lu Renkuang was blown away. Everyone didn't realize until a moment later that it was a green mantis shrimp hiding among the seaweeds. Lu Renkuang was enraged. You dare to attack me? He darted out his sword and cut the mantis shrimp into halves. Then, they passed some rocks that looked like an arch and saw the shells of clams, conchs, and spider crabs on the bottom of the ocean. There were so many of them that they almost covered up the entire space. Xiao Xiaochan found several beautiful shells and was about to pick them up, when something jerked out of the mud as fast as the mantis shrimp. Taken aback, Xiao Xiaochan flashed away. She observed it more clearly, only to discover that it was a level 28 green-scaled serpent. Then, Xiao Xiaochan immediately lunged back and cut the serpent into pieces. Han Fei said, I told you to be careful. Let's not approach the crevices but just press forward. The sea willows that are full of wooden fish are over there. Han Fei didn't know if there were rainforests in this world, but the woods, like the deep-sea jungle, were the main source of oxygen here. When there was more oxygen, the body size of creatures tended to go bigger. Han Fei had found that the creatures here were multiple times bigger and stronger than their counterparts in other places. At this point, the situation was obvious. Tremendous amounts of seaweeds were floating along the current like a green undersea carpet, but the carpet was a dangerous one. Apart from anything else, the hundreds of sea urchins on the carpet were terrifying enough. An explosion burst out 1,000 meters away. Everybody saw a ball being shot at them by something. It turned out to be a dragonhead fish a couple of meters long, and it was chasing the ball with its sharp teeth. Zhang Xuanyu asked in amazement, Isn't this place very dangerous? Why is this dragonhead fish playing with a ball? However, Han Fei saw the data of the ball, which was not a real ball. Name Great Plate Octopus. Introduction: This is a rare squid in the undersea jungles. It's highly intelligent, and its eyes can help with the training of pupil spells. Level 29. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 581 points. Edible effect: It can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: Squid Eyes. Absorbable. When it was closer, everybody noticed that the ball was actually made of a bunch of shells, and that outside of the shells were plenty of sucking discs. Zhang Xuanyu's face slightly changed. An octopus? The other people's faces slightly changed too, but Han Fei was quite excited, as he had never seen an octopus before. Luo Xiaobai pulled Han Fei back and said, "Don't get close. The octopus will claim to have much more strength than squids. They're rare in level 1 and level 2 fisheries. Because they are too strong, an operation is conducted to hunt them every 100 years. Han Fei was surprised. They're hunted regularly? As Han Fei recalled, the octopus was a smart but timid creature. Had it also become a strong creature in this place? As they talked, Han Fei saw that the dragon-head fish bit one corner of the ball and spun it hard, which was a regular way of hunting to tear apart their prey. However, the prey of the dragon-head fish was in a ball this time, and it could also spin. While the ball was spinning, two tentacles suddenly stretched out and stabbed into the dragon-head fish's gills, before they pressed into its head. Everybody was chilled by what they saw. Wenren said casually, the octopus was only hunting with itself as the bait. It may seem small, but it can easily tear this dragon-head fish into halves. Hardly had Wenren finished when the ball was opened and all the shells dispersed, revealing the real appearance of the octopus that was almost 4 meters long. While escaping with the dragon-head fish, it peeped at Han Fei. The great plate octopus seemed to have sensed danger. During its escape, its body color changed from red to green while it disappeared into the seaweed. With the dragon-head fish, Xiao Xiaochan remarked, "This octopus seems smart." Lu Renquang nodded. "It noticed us a long time ago and has been observing them. If a lot of them are gathered, they can be much trickier than squid and cuttlefish." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go. This is just a common place in the jungle. We should press on." Everybody agreed with her, and Wenren slightly shook her head. Those kids are as bold as her and her friends back in the day. She and her friends also explored many dangerous lands, until the seaweeds floated with the rhythm of the current, and Han Fei swam forward dozens of meters above them. Occasionally, the sea urchins would shoot their thorns at the intruders, but they all reacted fast enough and avoided the thorns easily. Very soon, everybody saw bamboo wood. Yes, it was bamboo wood at the bottom of the ocean. From the bamboo poles, almost 100 meters tall, leaves were falling now and then. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes bulged. "Is that bamboo? So much bamboo?" He Xiaoyu was rather shocked too, as they were the bamboo rods that He Xiaoyu used at the beginning. He had thought that bamboo was rare in the ocean, but there was too much to be counted here. Luo Xiaobai unleashed her vines to the bamboo, but then many long insects that were melded with the bamboo attacked the vines. Name: walking sticks. Introduction: they live with bamboo and feed on fish. When they're dead, they will become bamboo seeds. Level 22. Quality regular. Spiritual energy 404 points. Effect: can be refined into pills and enhance the body. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Everybody came to a stop, and Luo Xiaobai said, "There are too many bugs here. We need to figure something out." Han Fei said, "Wait a minute." Everybody looked at him, and Han Fei simply took out his fishing pole, cast the hook, and pulled back one of the bamboo shoots. "Everyone?" Han Fei continued casting the hook. "What are you waiting for?" Natural sea. Bamboo shoots are a delicious food that you can't get on the floating island. Everyone. Lu Renquang immediately cast his hook and said, "Han Fei, you're my idol." "Why? Can you think of food when you see anything when I can't?" Han Fei snorted. "Do you know what's most important for ocean creatures?" Lu Renquang shook his head. Eating. Han Fei put on a smile. All ocean creatures are busy getting food every day. So most of them are edible except the poisonous ones, although you should carefully consider how to eat them. Xia Xiaochan remarked, Han Fei, you definitely should be a fatty. Zhang Xuanyu agreed with her. That's right. You're much better at this than Lu Renquang. I don't know why you're getting slimmer. Han Fei grumbled. Nobody should refuse delicious food. I only appreciate delicious foods, but I'm not a glutton. Of course I won't grow fat. Considering that they counted on Han Fei for their food in the following month, everybody began to fish for the sea bamboo shoots and didn't stop until they obtained 1,000 kilograms. Passing through the bamboo woods, Han Fei's team had to cross a place of rocks that were covered by seaweed. They were about to go through, when an enormous whip slapped them. Luo Xiaobai's face changed. We've been ambushed. Her vines slapped the whip quickly. Then, everybody finally saw that it was a huge tentacle more than 10 meters long. At the same time, tentacles were whipping them from all directions. Luo Xiaobai said, "It's an octopus." Without Luo Xiaobai saying it, everybody had seen an octopus dozens of meters long right next to a rock in the same color as the rock. Han Fei said excitedly, "Fatty, go easy on it and don't break it. We can cook it later after you kill it." Lu Renquang was lost for words after he released his weapons. This octopus was truly unlucky to have run into Han Fei, and its only ending would be in a pot. However, the tentacles of the octopus were filled with spiritual energy and slapped away Lu Renquang's blades. Luo Xiaobai said, "It's above level 30. Let's work together." Blue, dozens of vines erupted from the bottom of the ocean and blocked the tentacles, but the tentacles were much swifter than the vines. They simply bypassed the vines and attacked Han Fei with the creepy sucking discs. It was Han Fei's turn to take action. He cut the tentacles with multiple blue sea wandering dragon daggers, freezing the tentacles. Then, Xia Xiaochan flashed and appeared next to the octopus's head, giving it quite a shock. She stabbed her dagger into its head before it realized what was going on. However, the octopus was not to be killed so easily, because it had 3 hearts and 9 brains. For that, it was even suspected to be an alien creature. Immediately, many tentacles tried to strangle Xia Xiaochan, but Xia Xiaochan simply flashed away and left her red fire tricky lobster behind. It was the only fire-natured contractual spiritual beast. After it crawled into the head of the great plate octopus, everybody saw that the head of the octopus was reddening. Its brains had probably been burned up. Han Fei said in a hurry, "Hey! Wait! How can we eat it if you burn it up?" Xia Xiaochan. Wenren had been observing them in silence. This great plate octopus was truly unfortunate to run into those guys. It could have killed a regular great fishing master if it hadn't run into Han Fei's team. Han Fei suddenly looked at Wenren. "Master, is there still room in your sea swallowing seashell?" Wenren suddenly realized that she had turned into a carrier. Yes, the great plate octopus, the sea urchin, the red-mouth fish, the shrimp and the sea stars that Han Fei's team killed on the way had all been given to her to carry. Han Fei said, "Has it occurred to you that this place is not as dangerous as we anticipated, although many creatures are hiding here?" Zhang Xuanyu was suspicious. "I think there's more to this place than what's known as the second most dangerous place." Xia Xiaochan said, "It's actually very dangerous as it is. A regular great Fishing master, couldn't have survived half an hour here. Lu Renquang said, I think this is the fourth most dangerous place, behind the piercing electricity zone. This is beautiful and does not contain many dangers. Crack. Alarmed, everybody stomped and swam up. Then, they saw a creature with claws all over its body like a centipede crawling past where they had been. It was more than 10 meters long, but it disappeared into the sand in the blink of an eye. Xia Shachan's face was pale. Disgusting. I've never seen such a huge armored sandworm before. Han Fei blinked his eyes. That was a sandworm? But why did it have a blue, glittering shell and such long legs? Remembering something else, Han Fei asked, do the sandworms here live alone? Everybody had cold sweat after hearing that. That's right. Could that be the only sandworm in here? Hardly had Han Fei finished when the bottom of the ocean was shaking and many big sandworms were breaking out of the sand. When they opened their mouths, it almost seemed that their head was blossoming, and they were trying to swallow Han Fei and his companions. Shoot. Torrents of knives and swords. Waterwall. Han Fei waved his hands, establishing walls of water, while Lu Renquang minced a sandworm to pieces with his torrents of knives and swords. However, the sandworms, far away, spurted out something glittering and easily broke through the walls that Han Fei set up. The attack was aimed at Zhang Xuanyu, and Zhang Xuanyu slashed his rod out to shatter the item. Then, everybody found that the glittering item turned out to be a tooth. Zhang Xuanyu's face slightly changed. The attack with the tooth was very powerful. I think it's stronger than the power of a junior great fishing master. Everybody was rather surprised. A random bug was already stronger than a junior great fishing master? Han Fei shouted, let's just get the hell out of here then before they catch up. We can't eat them anyway. However, they were already surrounded by glitter at this point. Thousands of sandworms had emerged from the sand and stretched all the way to the horizon. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Let's all take action. Attach. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp unleashed its tails, and Han Fei darted out 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, adding a spiritual energy protective cover. To himself, Han Fei ran out first. Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai followed him. The two girls were not as sturdy as Han Fei and Lu Renquang, so they stayed in the middle. Zhang Xuanyu was the most unlucky one. He attacked with the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea, but only blew up 2 sandworms, while his spiritual energy protective cover was broken 3 times by the glittering fangs of the sandworms. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Han Fei, spiritual energy. Han Fei had been leading the way while transmitting spiritual energy to everybody with the spirit concentration art. Han Fei yelled at him, you think you can eliminate all of them? I'll lead the way, and Lu Renquang will cover your back. You run with your gold water. Silkworm. Luo Xiaobai was surrounded by vines like a walking flower, and she managed to defend herself. Xia Xiaochan was agile and stealthy too. However, Zhang Xuanyu couldn't hide himself, and his rod techniques couldn't clear the sandworms effectively. Han Fei and Lu Renquang were the easiest off. They were both enveloped by daggers and swords. On Lu Renquang's side, all the weapons in his box had been unleashed, and he was like a walking mincer. All the sandworms that came at him were killed. Wenren Yu followed them at a high speed. She dashed from one sandworm to Another quickly, unconcerned about the venomous fangs darting at her, because none of them could reach her. But Wenrenyu was rather surprised at her students' teamwork. Luo Xiaobai even had the time to help Zhang Xuanyu resist the attacks. The 5 of them moved in a straight line and left nothing but broken bodies behind them. But their outburst required plenty of spiritual energy. As a result, most of them ran out of their spiritual energy, except Han Fei only 1 moment later. Han Fei could only transmit spiritual energy to them, but as a result, they were all slowed down, and more sandworms were catching up to them. Stepping on the spirit-gathering array, Han Fei fully carried out the water control technique, which was not enough to block all the fangs, but did buy everybody some time. Luo Xiaobai said, "No, this is still too slow. We need to consider a different approach." Xiao Xiaochan said, "Let's use fishing poles." Han Fei, since you have the best spiritual vision, you'll cast the hook and leave. I'll cling to you, and Xiaobai will cling to me. Han Fei said, "I don't like the sound of that." Lu Renquang said anxiously, "Let's go. There are too many sandworms here." Han Fei nodded. A fishing pole couldn't be handier in this situation. Han Fei simply cast his hook and bypassed the sandworms ahead of him like a wandering snake. His teammates took out their poles and clanged to each other, like Xiao Xiaochan said. Then, as Han Fei exerted his strength, they dashed forward at an extraordinary speed as if they were taking an undersea roller coaster, leaving nothing but a mess of blood and pieces in their path. Wenrenyu smiled behind them. She found that Xiao Xiaochan was the most responsive one who figured out the usage of the fishing pole first. Han Fei was better at the comprehensive usage of spiritual energy than other people were. Lu Renquang's attacks were very effective in a group fight. Luo Xiaobai had remarkable performance in every aspect. Zhang Xuanyu was good in solo battles, but not as excellent in a group fight. He needed a ranged battle technique. A moment later, after Han Fei's team finally escaped from the range of sandworms, they all breathed hard, biting the vines. Zhang Xuanyu said, "I told you that the second most dangerous place deserved its name. We can hide from the soul-attracting jellyfish in the piercing electricity zone, but there's no way to dodge the sandworms here. Common great fishing masters couldn't have survived at 0. All." Luo Xiaobai agreed with him, "Our life would have been at risk if we didn't have an armorist and a spirit gatherer. This is truly a perilous place." Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on everybody and asked, "How far have we swum just now?" Xiao Xiaochan said, "More than 100 kilometers." Han Fei nodded. 1/3 of the deep-sea jungle had been occupied by the sandworms. This place was truly dangerous. Han Fei said, "Let's take a rest until our spiritual energy is recovered." Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Where are the sea willows?" Han Fei said in embarrassment, "I think they're on the other side." Han Fei didn't see it coming either. He had only dove from here because there was fewer seaweed. Little did he know that he would meet a bunch of sandworms instead of sea willows. As they talked, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly asked, "Have you realized that there is fewer seaweed and algae here?" Han Fei noticed that too. He said, "Something must be wrong with this place. Let's try to swim higher when we leave." Everybody nodded. They had come here to look for treasures, but they found creatures that they never saw in other places instead of any treasure. Lu Renquang said, "I want to eat hot pot." "Everyone?" They were all lost for words. How could you be thinking about hot pot at a Moment like this? Lu Renquang patted his belly and said, I can easily tell that there are no treasures here. I don't think we can see another rock-holding turtle here, can we? Or do you think the sandworms are treasures? Han Fei grinned. You may find it hard to believe, but if you can eliminate all the sandworms, you would definitely be able to find spiritual fruits in their nest. Xiao Xiaochan said, forget it. I would rather not have the fruits. If we go to the nest of the sandworms, we may never be able to return. Han Fei shrugged as he agreed with her. As they talked, they saw that smoke was spreading out 1,000 meters away. They didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning, but then the water got dirtier and dirtier, making them wary. Luo Xiaobai's face slightly changed. Watch out. Be prepared for battle. Something was happening while they were taking a rest. Everybody couldn't help but smile bitterly. Really? Again? Han Fei said, wait, it's not right. The smoke only covers dozens of square meters. It can't be caused by sandworms. Xiao Xiaochan waved her fishing pole and darted the hook over. Whatever it is, we can take a look at it. It was much more convenient for them to observe remotely now that they had all picked up spiritual senses. Xiao Xiaochan suddenly asked weirdly, it's a fish that looks like a pot cover. What's that? Picturing a pot cover in his head, Han Fei asked, is it a ray? Luo Xiaobai said, huh? A ray? How can there be rays in a level 2 fishery? Xiao Xiaochan said, there are lots of spider crabs, besides the pot cover. Zhang Xuanyu was relieved. They're easier to deal with than the sandworms are. Chances are that we can get some blood spider silk and sell it in the town. Blood spider silk isn't cheap. Xiao Xiaochan said, why don't you take a look yourself? Confused, Zhang Xuanyu threw his fishing pole, only to be shocked. He shook his head quickly. Forget it. I think we're making enough money with the fish. Dragon hot pot restaurants. We don't have to sell blood spider silk. Han Fei asked, so, where should we go now? Xiao Xiaochan said, where else? Up, of course. Everybody swam upward, but they found a layer of spotted algae after only 50 meters. On the spotted algae were little bugs that looked like long sticks. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Not good. Spirit-devouring bugs. Let's retreat. Han Fei looked awful when he saw the data of the tiny spirit-devouring bugs. Name, spirit-devouring bug. Introduction, this is a low-level spiritual bug that lives on spotted algae. When it's touched, it will melt and nest in the human body. Level 3. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 15 points. Effect inedible. Absorbable. Han Fei's blood was almost freezing. The bug was not of a high level, but it could melt and nest inside the body of a human. He found it creepy. Earlier, Han Fei had seen reports on a spider that laid eggs on a human and turned the human into a spider nest. He still remembered the horror. Lu Renquang was the fastest. While running, he said, I would rather fight the spider crabs than to get close to these things. So, everybody went back as fast as they had gone up. But their situation wasn't any better after they retreated. Lu Renquang was 20 meters away from the bottom of the ocean. Below him were spider crabs, which were so dense that their legs almost formed a ladder. In places where the spider crabs were fewer, some rays were indeed poking through. They were no regular rays, but rays more than 10 meters long with their tails. Han Fei glanced at them. Name, plate ray. Introduction: This creature has a highly attractive mouth. It likes to prey on spider crabs. It's territorial and has a venomous thorn in its tail. Level 29. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 808 points. Collectible, Tail Thorn. Absorbable. Han Fei said in a hurry, don't be stung by the ray's tails. They're lethal. Zhang Xuanyu said, who cares about the rays? Just look at the spider crabs. Why are there so many of them here? Xiao Xiaochan said, some of the spider crabs are soft. Look, the rays can eat half of them after a single bite. Luo Xiaobai explained, those spider crabs are only molting. The spider crabs have to molt in order to grow bigger. It's said that they will molt 9 times in their lifetime and they will be stronger after each molting. However, they're weakest when they've just molted. Let's go past them while their new shells are not hardened yet. Han Fei was slightly surprised. He knew a thing or two about spider crabs, but the spider crabs before his eyes were more than 2 meters long and covered in thorns. Also, he was under the impression that there were more spider crabs that were not molting than those which were molting. They swam quickly and saw nothing but spider crabs on their way. Some of the spider crabs had been piled dozens of meters high. Those at the bottom were probably already dead. Han Fei said, we can only go from below. Just pay attention to the rays. It was impossible for Han Fei's team to bypass the hills of spider crabs, and they could only go through the places where the spider crabs were fewer. But rays were busy hunting the spider crabs in those places. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei and Lu Renkuang. You can walk in the front since you're sturdier than me. I definitely have to build up my body after we return. Lu Renkuang said, I'm not resistant to poison. Han Fei, you stay on the outside. Han Fei? He was lost for words. What's your problem? You're talking as if I'm strongly resistant to poison. But Han Fei was not really bothered. He nodded back at everybody, only to see that Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai were already gone. Zhang Xuanyu said, stop looking. Both of them are in stealth mode. Have you forgotten that Xiaobao's contractual spiritual beast is a stealthy jellyfish? Han Fei nodded after the initial surprise. Then, he glanced around. Although he didn't see anyone, he detected that Luo Xiaobai was 3 meters on his left, with his spiritual senses. Han Fei was rather surprised that his spiritual senses could detect those who were in stealth mode. He immediately looked for Xiao Xiaochan, but he could only vaguely see her shadow. Han Fei wondered whether Xiao Xiaochan was better at stealth, or Luo Xiaobai's stealthy jellyfish was simply too weak. Having no time to care about that, Han Fei swam over quickly, and when he approached the bottom of the ocean, those rays hopped and charged at Han Fei. Ignoring them, Han Fei said to Lu Renkuang, give me a rod. The weapon box flashed and darted at Han Fei, and Han Fei unleashed a spiritual energy explosion after accepting the rod. The powerful explosion knocked away the rays' long tails and made them spin in water. But it was not over. One of the rays sat straight and opened its big mouth, attracting both the water around as well as Han Fei and his companions. Han Fei's face slightly changed. He was about to break the mouth with the million knife art, when a spider crab was grabbed by vines and stuffed into the ray's big mouth, stopping the attraction force. Han Fei almost laughed aloud. Han Fei said in amusement, Xiaobai, your hands are truly useful. Luo Xiaobai said, hurry up. There are more rays here. Han Fei said, got it. Lu Renquang, hurry up. You're the slowest. Lu Renquang was lost for words. I don't have Zhang Xuanyu's gold water silkworm. My spiritual beast is a clam and my contractual spiritual beast is a tortoise. How can I possibly be fast? At this point, Luo Xiaobai gave him a hand. She bound her vines to Lu Renquang and gave him a boost. Han Fei was responsible for dealing with the rays together with Luo Xiaobai. The battle was easier than the one against the sandworms earlier. However, before they were in the clear, they had seen hundreds of rays gathered before them. Then, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, his voice shivering. Look! A big ray! Han Fei swam forward and his heart was palpitating, as he had seen an enormous plate ray more than 30 meters long. It was as huge as a spaceship. Han Fei's eyes were almost popping out. It was impossible to figure it out now. Behind them were hills of spider crabs, before them was the enormous plate ray, and there were also spirit devouring bugs above them. They had to fight one of them. They definitely couldn't go back now. They would be exhausted if they were to pass the sandworms' territory again, and they certainly didn't want to conclude the adventure empty-handed. When they were wondering which to choose, an enormous leg almost 20 meters long suddenly extended from the spider crabs and grabbed the gigantic plate ray. Now, all 5 of them were stunned. Even Wenren Yu was also quite grave behind them. She was ready to take action. Zhang Xuanyu asked, have we chosen a wrong direction? Xia Xiaochan said gloomily, it would be great if you were all capable of stealth. Luo Xiaobai asked stunned, both of them must be very strong, right? Why are they both in a level 2 fishery? Han Fei chuckled. Isn't this normal? Every clan needs a king. Look at their body size. They're obviously the leaders of their group. Let's just watch them fight first and take advantage of them later. Everyone? Han Fei said, are you silly? If we kill them after they're exhausted from fighting each other, we won't worry about food for many days. Everyone? Lu Renquang raised his thumb for Han Fei. Excellent idea. Wenren Yu's face became dark. She thought that Han Fei was the actual foodie, when he always claimed Lu Renquang to be one. Was he going to ask her to carry the 2 big guys again? Actually, the data of the 2 creatures were obvious in Han Fei's eyes. The exotic gigantic plate ray had an additional ability compared to common plate rays. It could swallow other creatures to strengthen its health, spiritual energy, and power. The mutated spider crab was also an exotic creature. It was faster and harder than regular spider crabs. Like this moment, when the crab slashed with its claws, dazzling light was bursting out. But the gigantic plate ray simply knocked the smaller spider crabs and plate rays away, before it bit the crab in the leg and tore the leg into halves. Han Fei thought that it was over. The gigantic plate ray was stronger in terms of combat ability. But to his surprise, the mutated spider crab shot out its pincers and cut the tail of the gigantic plate ray. Han Fei was speechless. Could the pincers be shot out as a means of attack? And they could even be retreated after they were shot? But Han Fei had no time to think now. Both parties had been engaged in the fight and began to summon their allies. Immediately, the hills of spider crabs were falling, and the plate rays were swimming close too. Han Fei's team was immediately surrounded, and Wenren Yu was ready to take action to help them. Han Fei, however, said quickly, let's not panic. We can escape by digging holes. Everybody was stunned. Dig holes? Han Fei summoned the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. As a legendary mantis shrimp, it certainly knew digging. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, dig a hole now. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was quite excited at first because it hadn't come out for a long time. But when it saw the overwhelming spider crabs and plate rays, it immediately began digging. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was quite fast. Years back, it had dug through mines, and digging through the undersea sand was not a problem at all. Han Fei shouted, "Hurry up! Follow the shrimp." Han Fei kicked Zhang Xuanyu into the hole. Now that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had grown larger, it was not hard for a few fatties to crawl into a hole that it dug. Lu Renkuang was about to crawl into the hole when Han Fei stopped him. "The girls are still outside. What's the rush?" Luo Xiaobai and Xiao Shaochan hurried to enter the hole without saying anything, and Lu Renkuang followed them. Han Fei briefly stopped at the entrance and stared at the mutated spider crab and the gigantic plate ray. Forget it. He looked at Wenrenyu in the rear and gritted his teeth before crawling into the hole. He had to admit that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had lots of abilities that were useful both in battle and in daily life. He was quite satisfied. Wenrenyu was quite amazed about the contractual spiritual beast that Han Fei had chosen. Not only did this mantis shrimp have multiple tails, but it could also dig holes fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, Wenrenyu's face changed as she detected something below the ground. She blew up the spider crabs on her way and rushed into the channel. At this point, Han Fei hadn't caught up with his companions yet. Suddenly, something from the mud hit him in his stomach. Immediately, Han Fei was blown out of the channel through the spider crabs. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The spider crabs were immediately in a flurry now that something uncanny was thrown to them. Han Fei was rather stunned when so many spider crabs raised their pincers at him. His spiritual energy protective cover was broken 3 seconds later, but before he was squeezed, Han Fei managed to pass through the spider crabs. While he was running, Han Fei bumped into Wenrenyu. Wenrenyu was shocked at first, but seeing that Han Fei could still swim despite the multiple big spider crabs on him, she was greatly relieved. "Follow up later. I'll go over first." Wenrenyu simply left a few words before she ran to Han Fei's companions. Han Fei didn't look very good either as he sensed that something was happening ahead. Han Fei hurried to look for the hole that had just been dug, but while he was swimming, a crab leg whipped him. "Shoot!" Han Fei twisted his body and managed to avoid the crab leg. Obviously, he had been considered a hazard to the community of spider crabs. Even the enormous plate ray was stunned to see him. So far, the mutated spider crab had lost yet another leg and 2 huge wounds. Dozens of meters long had been left on the gigantic plate ray. Having no time to care if the mutated spider crab could understand him, Han Fei said telepathically, "Don't fight me. I'm your teammate. I'm here to help." The mutated spider crab slightly paused, and Han Fei immediately got rid of the spider crabs around him and shot out 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual weapons were good, but only to a certain extent. Han Fei discovered, in shock, that none of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers could penetrate the shell of the crab. Hew. Han Fei hurried to recall the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, before he Said again, friend, would you believe me if I said that that was an accident? The mutated spider crab certainly wouldn't accept that, not after being stabbed 10 times just now. It was convinced that the man was a villain and decided to cut him into pieces. Seeing the 3 claws of the mutated spider crab, Han Fei ran to the gigantic plate ray at full speed and said, Big Pot, I'm an ally. Hey, don't open your mouth, will you? Damn you. Immediately, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were shot out, leaving dazzling light in the water. Pooh. 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 The daggers penetrated through the gigantic plate ray and flew out from its back. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He decided to finish this one first. Because of the agony, the gigantic plate ray's attraction was disrupted briefly, but it was immediately resumed after the ray burst into rage. Han Fei sneered, I can't penetrate the crab, but you think I can't penetrate you? He stabbed the blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the plate ray's body and churned crazily. On the other hand, Han Fei unleashed an enormous seal that knocked the gigantic plate ray to the bottom of the ocean, raising a huge plume of smoke. Han Fei grinned. You think the water-stirring seal is nothing? With the power of the water-stirring seal and myself, I'll leave a pit in you, even if you were a mountain. Behind him, the mutated spider crab was already waving its claws, and Han Fei hurried to dash into the smoke, before he activated the demon purification pot to collect the ray. Then, Han Fei dodged the attacks of the spider crabs on all fours, and he finally found the hole that his mantis shrimp dug earlier. He quickly slipped into the hole. The mutated spider crab was at a loss. Where was the gigantic plate ray? And where was its fake teammate? Han Fei ran crazily and decided not to fight those with hard shells anymore. He couldn't believe that he failed to penetrate the crab when he had spiritual weapons. Han Fei ran several thousand meters and then saw countless vines, beating a serpent. On the other hand, Xiao Xiaochan was moving unpredictably and cutting the serpent with her dagger now and then. Lu Renkuang's blade storm was also blasting the serpent non-stop. Zhang Xuanyu was lying on the ground. Soaked in blood, he was holding a vine and breathing heavily. Han Fei hurried to perform the divine healing technique. He asked, how did this happen? Zhang Xuanyu smiled bitterly at Han Fei and said, its caves are all over this place. I was the one walking in the front. Naturally, I was hit first. Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. He asked Zhang Xuanyu to enter the channel first, because Zhang Xuanyu's body was not as sturdy as himself. Little did he expect that a giant serpent was hiding below the sand. Seeing that Zhang Xuanyu was in better condition, Han Fei grabbed his daggers and charged forward. He was surprised by the data he read. Name: Ghost Serpent. Introduction: This is a mutation that has absorbed the blood of dragons. It has a unicorn and many sword-shaped scales with which it hangs its enemy. The serpent pearl that it contains can build up stamina. Level 34. Quality: Exotic. Spiritual energy, 2,328 points. Collectible: Serpent Pearl, Ghost Horn, Serpent Veins, and Ghost Serpent. Gallbladder absorbable. Han Fei had never seen a more valuable serpent. The Serpent Pearl, which could build up stamina alone, was worth fighting for apart from everything else. Han Fei rushed forward and performed Blade Storm. Different from Lu Renkuang's torrents of knives and swords, the blade storm was made of swirls of blades. Luo Xiaobai tried to catch the ghost serpent with her vines, but it was too slippery to be caught. Lu Renkuang was quite lucky. Because of his sturdiness and ferociousness, he was regarded as the primary threat by the ghost serpent. He had been knocked away too many times and was covered in blood. The fatty might be unwilling to face dangers, but now that he was really involved in a battle, he unleashed his bloodthirsty broadsword, the 1,000-blade slash, and the torrents of knives and swords, all while establishing a shield, attacking the enemy, and protecting himself at the same time. Bam! Lu Renkuang was blown away again. It was Han Fei's turn to attack. He easily cut the scales on the ghost serpent with his spiritual weapons. Not far away, Wenrinyu stared at Han Fei's daggers, deep in thought. Xiao Shaochan had torn off the scales of the ghost serpent because of her explosive power, and although Lu Renkuang had cut the ghost serpent with all his weapons, the ghost serpent was not really hurt. Han Fei, in comparison, shattered a large part of the sharp, hard scales of the ghost serpent like a mincer. Besides, in order to finish the battle sooner, Han Fei even set Little Black loose when he shattered the ghost serpent's scales. Of course, since Wenrinyu was here, he did not dare to go too far, or he would raise too much suspicion. If the ghost serpent was killed before anybody else did anything. But even so, the ghost serpent was still writhing in its cave with such enormous power that Lu Renkuang couldn't approach at all. Luo Xiaobai said, "Be careful. It's mad. Kill it. Now." In the next moment, Han Fei unleashed his blue sea wandering dragon daggers. And Xiao Shaochan's red fire tricky lobster entered the ghost serpent too. Han Fei said anxiously, "Xiao Shaochan, don't burn it up. This serpent contains a lot of treasures. We must take it back." Xiao Shaochan was rather speechless. "You eat this too?" Han Fei said, "Not that I want to eat it, but this strange serpent must be from unique bloodlines, as can be told from its single horn. Also, serpent gallbladder is highly nutritional. How can you eat it if it's burned up?" Xiao Shaochan snorted. "You still want to eat it, don't you?" She recalled the red fire tricky lobster, which made Han Fei greatly relieved, because he didn't want Little Black to be accidentally burnt by the red fire tricky lobster. Han Fei then tried his best. Before Xiao Shaochan took action, he had clutched one of the sword scales and crouched on the ghost serpent. Chilla. Scales were torn off by Han Fei one after another. The ghost serpent was in such agony that it jerked in the cave. Han Fei sneered, "I've killed a dragon eel. You think I can't deal with you? You do not have the high-voltage electricity that the dragon eel had." Han Fei tore the scales off non-stop even though his own hand was cut, as the creature was only level 30 and couldn't really hurt him. After tearing off dozens of scales, Han Fei stabbed his blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the ghost serpent, and the ghost serpent immediately lost its momentum. At this point, Lu Renkuang was slashing the ghost serpent's head so hard that one of its eyes was broken by him. Xiao Shaochan was lost for words. "Fatty, the head of the snake is not critical. You need to attack its central nerves." Xiao Shaochan drew a cross where the central nerves of the serpent were located with 2 daggers. Then, the ghost serpent erected its scales, and Xiao Shaochan finally gave up. But Luo Xiaobai played her role. Vines grew out of the ghost serpent, making it so painful that it was knocking into the wall. A moment later, the ghost serpent was finally dying, and everybody held the vines while breathing heavily. Wenrinyu stepped close and glanced at everyone before she stored the ghost serpent. She turned around and said, "This is the second time that I've intervened. You All know Zhang Xuanyu's weakness, but you neglected that. His life would have been at risk if I hadn't taken action. The next time I give you a hand, your training will be over, regardless of the reason is. Everybody was slightly embarrassed. Exhausted, Lu Renkuang sat down next to Zhang Xuanyu. I'll walk ahead of you next time. Zhang Xuanyu smiled. That serpent couldn't have killed me. It only caught me by surprise, or I would have crushed it. Xia Xiaochan said, would you stop bragging? Don't you find it humiliating? Han Fei asked, Master, is the gallbladder of the serpent helpful for Zhang Xuanyu? Why don't we dig it out and give it to him? Wenren raised her eyebrow. It is, but the most useful part of the ghost serpent is the pearl instead of the gallbladder. The serpent pearl can help build up stamina. Are you sure you want to give it to Zhang Xuanyu? Luo Xiaobai said, yes. Xia Xiaochan said, just give it to him. He's too weak anyway. With the serpent pearl, he might not be the first one to fall next time. Lu Renkuang said, I have no objections. I have my shields. I don't need it. Han Fei shrugged, showing no disagreement. Seeing that they were united, Wenren finally looked better. She extended her hand, and a green ball appeared in her hand. Wenren said, the serpent pearl partly contains the blood of dragons. You'll feel on fire within the next hour after you eat it. Thankfully, this ghost serpent is not level 40 yet, or it would blow you up if you take its serpent pearl. Zhang Xuanyu took over the ball and said apologetically, thank you. Everybody. Lu Renkuang clapped his hands. We're brothers. There's no need to say that. Just eat it. Although Han Fei's divine healing technique had cured most of his external wounds, Zhang Xuanyu's internal organs were still seriously damaged and would take hours to heal. So, Zhang Xuanyu simply swallowed the serpent pearl without refusing it. Everybody looked at each other in amazement, eager to find out how the serpent pearl worked. At first, Zhang Xuanyu showed no reaction. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Xuanyu's face was redder and redder. 1 minute later, his whole body was crimson and smoking. At this point, Zhang Xuanyu was clinging to the vine with both hands and gritting his teeth. Veins were bulging on his arms and his neck. He seemed to be in agony. Lu Renkuang shivered. How painful is that? Han Fei patted his belly. A man shouldn't be scared of pain. Just deal with it. Xia Xiaochan chuckled. Next time we find a ghost serpent and get a serpent pearl, we'll give it to you. Han Fei blinked with a smile. That's all that I want. But I don't think we can find another ghost serpent. A while later, the power of the serpent pearl seemed to have reached its peak. Zhang Xuanyu's hair was standing up, and the water within 10 meters of him couldn't be hotter. Han Fei controlled the water nearby and replaced the hot water with the cold water outside, which made Zhang Xuanyu slightly more comfortable. Wenren, however, said, this pain is nothing. There are much more excruciating pains in this world. Han Fei remembered his experience with the hexagon starfish and shivered. He certainly did not want to try it another time. The experience was horrible. 1 hour passed. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xuanyu looked at everyone and said lethargically, let me take a rest. Everyone stayed in place, and Luo Xiaobai asked, Teacher, is it the spider crab's breeding season now? Why do they appear near the sandworm's territory? Lu Renkuang also scratched his head. Yes. The spider crabs that have just shed their shells are so soft that the sandworms can easily eat them. Wenren smiled. Do you think spider crabs are stupid? They come here to shed their shells for a reason. Spider crabs after molting need a lot of food. And these mountain-like spider crabs will not all shed shells at once. Only female crabs will shed shells, and male crabs will hunt for silkworms after the female crabs have molted. Each creature has its own way of survival, and you still have a lot to learn. Hanfei was shocked. So we just happened to meet them at the wrong time? Lu Renquang added, if we had known this earlier, we should have gone down from the sea willow area. Although there are many vines, at least it's not as dangerous as this place. Hanfei said, in the future, we will have to face much more dangerous situations than this. This is only the level 2 fishery. If you're so scared now, then what about the level 3 fishery or the sea areas beyond it? Wenren nodded. Hanfei is right. This was a piece of cake compared to the challenges you will face in the future. To tell you the truth, in fact, there is no treasure in the deep-sea jungle. The ordinary things in your eyes are treasures in the eyes of ordinary fishers. Which ordinary fishers have the ability to catch the exotic creatures here? Those who have this ability won't bother to catch them. So now you understand? The best resources are always in the hands of the strong. Yes, for a strong master like Wenren, sandworms, the ghost serpent, and the gigantic plate ray were nothing to her. She just needed to lift a finger to kill them. At this moment, Hanfei was more convinced that the only places worth exploring in the level 2 fishery were the stone forest and the fiery mountain. The former was sealed, so the latter ranked the first. As for the deep-sea jungle and the piercing electricity zone, in fact, they were worthless to the strong. Everyone could get soul resistance pearls here. Therefore, in a certain sense, they just made up for the gap with others, and wouldn't be able to exceed them. Zhang Xuanyu had recovered some strength, and lines appeared on his body. Again. It seemed that his strength had been greatly enhanced. Hanfei asked, are you okay? Zhang Xuanyu patted his chest. Yes, I feel so. Good. Not only that, I feel that I'm only one step away from being an intermediate great fishing master. Hanfei couldn't help but gape. Zhang Xuanyu had made rapid progress. It had been less than 3 months since they won the 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena, but he was already going to be an intermediate great fishing master? This time, they walked directly from the bottom of the water without encountering any special obstacles. Some obnoxious creatures such as sea urchins and sea snakes couldn't stop them at all. Soon, they saw a huge tree. Yes, there was more than one tree around, but each of them were as high as 100 meters, covering an area of nearly 500 meters. They were the largest trees Hanfei had ever seen. He was really amazed. Looking down from above on the sea surface, they didn't look special. But now, when they stood in front of them at the moment, they were simply soul-stirring. Thousands of wicker branches floated along with the waves, and every branch was hung with large or small wooden fish. The wooden fish often bumped into each other and made clicking sounds. Hanfei had no doubt that if the willows were hung with bells, the tree would be called the bell tree. Not only Hanfei, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. Lu Renquang was curious. Those wood fish can stick out their tongues. Are they alive or dead? Luo Xiaobai suggested, they must be controlled by the sea willows. Xiao Shaochan exclaimed, "This is so beautiful. Why is there still light on the tree?" Yes, everyone noticed it. On the dark bottom of the sea, any flash of light was extremely dazzling. At the moment, there were flashes of light on those sea willows like the stars in the night sky, but not as many as the stars. There were about 100 light spots on each tree. Han Fei was overjoyed. They are wood spiritual fruits, which contain several times more spiritual energy than ordinary spiritual fruits. They can enhance the human body's affinity with plants. Its fruit core can make people calm and enhance the effect of cultivation. It's good stuff. Xiao Shaochan raised her brows. How do you know this? I have read the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants. It says that there are divine trees in the sea, which produced wood spiritual fruits. I didn't know. The so-called divine trees were just sea willows. Luo Xiaobai shrugged. Let me try. Forests were Luo Xiaobai's territory. Countless vines immediately stuck out in all directions like countless tentacles, trying to climb onto the trees from the seabed mud. But before they climbed onto the tree, Luo Xiaobai's face changed and quickly said, "These trees are conscious." Luo Xiaobai had just said that when the others saw dust rise, the soil broke apart, and countless vines were entangled, tearing each other. Luo Xiaobai muttered, "Han Fei, give me spiritual energy." A spirit-gathering array appeared under Han Fei's feet and spiritual energy was injected into Luo Xiaobai's body in wisps. Luo Xiaobai was glassy-eyed and her hair flew about, and gradually, her eyes turned white. And the vines around, like mushrooms after rain, were popping up and growing rapidly like crazy. At first, it was only a contest between vines. But immediately, the noise grew louder and louder. Gradually, they discovered that the soil under their feet was shattering and vines protruded from under the soil. Xiao Shaochan explained, "Xiaobai's vines are flower vines, and these dry and dark vines are tree vines." The four of them attacked at the same time, and as soon as the tree vines came out, they were cut off by them. But countless trees' vines still swarmed over them from all directions. Han Fei said, "Not only tree vines, but there are also tree roots. These giant trees have countless roots. Block them. Let me check what kind of a creature the sea willow is." Then, Han Fei cast his fishing rod. The fishhook turned into a stream of water, quickly approaching a shining place like a spring. Just halfway through, it was discovered by the willows, so the wooden fish on the whole tree moved. To their shock, these wooden fish opened their mouths and were squirting like crazy with swishing sounds. Han Fei's plan failed. Those arrow-like tongues completely blocked Han Fei's way completely. Even the blood spider silk was pulled apart, and Han Fei's fishing rod lost its hook. Han Fei gave a wry smile. It seemed that it was time to change the fishing rod. It was too easy to break. Seeing that Xiao Shaochan was about to go into stealth mode to kill, Han Fei stopped her. "It won't work. Those wooden fish seem to be able to feel the pulsation of water flow, so your invisibility is ineffective against them." Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head. "May I help? What if you encounter this situation?" Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. "What can I do? Fight my way out. As long as I'm strong enough, I can destroy 1,000 branches with one blow. Let me try." With that, Zhang Xuanyu launched the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea again, which was much stronger than before. His rod set off huge waves on the seabed. However, under this blow, only less than 20 willow branches were destroyed. As for the others, it at most knocked the wooden fish off. No more than 50 branches were affected. Zhang Xuanyu retreated and looked embarrassed. After all, the willows are soft, and my stick is not sharp. Lu Renquang shrugged. Let me try. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Han Fei had discovered that an armorist was not just a meat shield. Under the sea, he was even more versatile than Luo Xiaobai. Although an armorist's explosive power might not be as strong as that of a hunter or a soul warrior, their group combat power was first class. Lu Renquang launched an attack and the seabed immediately flashed with swords and knives. Of course, there were not many armorists as strong as Lu Renquang. Normal armorists could only use the weapons in their armor box. Ordinary people couldn't even catch a 1,000-bladed turtle. With the outbreak of Lu Renquang, waves of swords and knives swept across the seabed. Although it looked messy, it worked very well. In a moment, countless willows were crushed, causing the attacks of this tree to a sudden halt. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Great, the willows are not sturdy enough. However, as soon as he said so, countless wooden fish suddenly began to collide with each other, making banging sounds. At first, it didn't seem to cause any harm. However, soon, other trees followed suit. For a moment, the whole water area was full of percussive sounds. Puff. Luo Xiaobai suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. Retreat. Although the others didn't know what happened, they still immediately started to retreat. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Luo Xiaobai said, it's very strong. I just tried to possess the consciousness of this willow tree, only to receive extremely strong resistance. However, I managed to control a part of it. Those lights are not treasures, they're just a disguise. What? Disguise? Xia. Xiaochan was shocked. Of all the lights, only one is the real spiritual fruit. But now the problem is not this. The percussive sound of the wooden fish will grow stronger and stronger. As soon as Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, the banging sounds had become rhythmic booming sounds. Different from the wooden fish knocked by the monks, when these wooden fish knocked on each other, ripples were produced. As the ripples appeared faster and faster, the percussive power was getting stronger and stronger. Bam! Finally, when these wooden fish produced a thunderous sound almost simultaneously, the ripples surged up and shot at them like a big knife. Luo Xiaobai shouted, spiritual energy protective cover. The others also did so, and they were like 5 luminous bodies. Bam! The 5 of them flew out almost simultaneously, and their spiritual energy protective covers burst at the same time. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Seriously? Is it so strong? Lu Renquang's eyes widened. All my knives were broken. Xia Xiaochan asked, how can we resist this full-range attack? For some reason, Han Fei suddenly thought of the scene he saw with the giant monument carried by the rock-holding turtle, where a stick smashed the billowy waves. Han Fei shouted, point. Break the face, with points. Before the others figured out what he meant, another wave of ripples came at them. This time, the sounds were uniform and the booming sounds of the wooden fish were like claps of thunder, and the ripples were set off. It seemed that the attack was going to slaughter any foreign enemy in the vicinity. Han Fei frowned, and dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers struck out like sharp arrows, all piercing into one point on the ripples. Thud. After this point was pierced through, the ripples seemed to break a hole and immediately flowed past them. Lu Renquang's eyes lit up. Wow. That's awesome. Han Fei gave a wry smile. These ripples were actually caused by air billows. As long as we break the air, it won't be a threat to us. We have to find a way to get into it now. The sea willows protect their fruits so carefully. That fruit must be very precious. Zhang Xuanyu said, leave it to me. I can block the ripples. But how can we get the fruit? Luo Xiaobai suggested, Lu Renquang and Han Fei are the most suitable to get the fruits. Quangquang's knife array is too chaotic, which may accidentally crush the fruit. I will go get them, Han Fei offered. Xia Xiaochan scoffed. You are not as fast as me. You remove the obstacles and I pick the fruits. Han Fei nodded. Then, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan swam out while the attack was over. And 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were spinning around them. This was Han Fei's strategy. Although he hadn't mastered how to use the spiritual weapons, it was easy for him to smash the tongues of those wooden fish. So, to the others' amazement, Han Fei seemed to turn into a spinning top. Bam! The ripples broke out again. But this time, the huge ripples were directly drilled through by Han Fei. Along the way, thousands of tongues shot out, but could not stop such a meat grinder. In order to save effort, Xia Xiaochan sat directly on Han Fei, letting him take her forward. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. You can't hug me? So how can you sit on me? Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes. Shut up. Hurry up. When Han Fei rushed into the dense willows, 7 chains behind him shot out quickly and stuck into the trunk of the sea willow. At the moment, Han Fei looked like a sea monster with a strange shape. Although he was too small compared to the sea willow, it didn't prevent him from shuttling through the willow branches. At this moment, Han Fei skimmed past a flashing spiritual fruit, and when he approached it, he found that it was a golden fruit. And it was not the fruit, but the light golden spiritual energy wrapping the fruit that shone. Xia Xiaochan was about to attack when Han Fei said, "It's fake." Xia Xiaochan paused and then sat back on Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. No data appeared, so it must be fake. Smashing this fake fruit directly, Han Fei moved to the next one. Repeating this process, Han Fei was like a spinning top spinning among the swaying branches. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Lu Renquang. Sort out your messy swords and knives. If you can have thousands of knives spinning around you, this sea willow can be drilled through by you. Lu Renquang scratched his belly. It sounded a bit tempting. This way of fighting was indeed very strong, almost arming someone with teeth. Luo Xiaobai said, with this kind of attack, we can't fight it head-on. The power of these billions of knocking sounds is really terrifying. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, be careful. Stay alert. The knocking strength of these wooden fish is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Han Fei had smashed half of the fake fruits. Just as he was about to continue, many wooden fish rushed at him. Huh? What is this? Bam! 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 Countless wooden fish around Han Fei burst apart, which were not 1 or 2, but hundreds or even thousands. They exploded around him like crazy, and Han Fei could hardly resist the explosive power. The others' faces greatly changed. Not good, help him. Needless to say, Lu Renquang had rushed out and activated the torrents of knives and swords, followed closely by Zhang Xuanyu. The other four joined the battle. Luo Xiaobai tried again to control this willow tree's consciousness. The pressure on Han Fei was greatly reduced and the Euroblade array was back on track again. He glanced back, fearing that they couldn't resist long. Especially Luo Xiaobai, who fought such a giant tree. Her consumption was huge. He activated the Wandering Dragon art. Han Fei sprinted quickly. It was just one willow tree. There were still 4 or 5 trees nearby. If the 5 of them couldn't even subdue one tree, how could they deal with the other trees? Huh? Just when Han Fei quickly approached a glowing spirit fruit, he discovered that this spiritual fruit was dodging him with the branches. A string of data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name wood spiritual fruit. Introduction: Sea willow was born of the centuries-old essence of the heavens and earth, and eating it can enhance the affinity to spiritual plants and greatly enhance one's spiritual power. The spiritual fruit contains a wood spiritual bead. Wearing it on a long-term basis can pacify one's mind and improve cultivation efficiency. Quality spirit level, high quality. Contains spiritual energy, 29,216 points. Han Fei said, "This is it." Xia Xiaochan suddenly disappeared, and on the next second, she appeared in front of the wood spiritual fruit, cut off the branch, and picked the fruit. Bam! 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 The self-explosions continued, and Xia Xiaochan quickly flashed and sat back on Han Fei. But the sea willow seemed to be angry and gave up attacking the others, and all the branches swept away towards Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was surrounded by a dense mat of branches. Although it failed to trap Han Fei could only drill holes among the willow. Boom! Suddenly, a huge boom was heard among the entwined wickers. Thousands of wooden fish exploded at the same time, blowing out Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei flew in the water, his body burnt black, and he was coughing up blood. Xia Xiaochan flashed and appeared 100 meters away. Han Fei was really envious of her. What an amazing ability teleportation was. Han Fei muttered, "Retreat." They retreated by more than 10 miles, and the thunderous booming sounds were still not over. The others gathered around. Lu Renquang asked, "Is this a wood spiritual fruit?" "Yes. It's a pity to get only one after all this trouble." "Xiaobai, eat it." "Only Xiaobai is a manipulator. Maybe after eating it, you can communicate with these willow trees and ask them to give me a few of these fruits. Then we won't bother to fight them." Luo Xiaobai wasn't convinced. This shouldn't be possible. Their level of resistance is very strong, and it seems that they already have a certain spirituality. Try it. If it doesn't work, we'll adopt the old way. We'll get them anyway as long as we stay here for a few days. Wenren Yu was helpless when she heard his words from a distance. Come on, if it were someone else just now, he would have been killed. But Han Fei didn't think so. Since we can pick these fruits, why not pick more? How can we miss something so good? After the 5 of them ran away, they actually sat down and began to play fish dragon cards. In a dangerous place like the level 2 fishery, their action was really unbridled and arrogant. 2 hours later, Luo Xiaobai finally felt herself, and she announced, "I've recovered." During these 2 hours, Luo Xiaobai was frantically absorbing and refining the wood spiritual fruit. Perhaps for Han Fei, 30,000 points of spiritual energy was not a problem. But for Luo Xiaobai, this amount of spiritual energy was a lot. Her upper limit of spiritual energy was less than 2,000 points. Therefore, she used these 30,000 points of spiritual energy to strengthen herself, temper her body, and enhance the control of spiritual plants. At this point, Luo Xiaobai's breath became more stable and she looked a lot more energetic. Han Fei asked, "Are you already an intermediate, peak-level great fishing master?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Not yet. But the effect from this wood spiritual fruit is really good. The spiritual energy it contains helped me improve my strength, but I'm still an intermediate, great fishing master. What really works is the affinity for spiritual plants. I feel that I can control the seaweed around me now. Maybe I can try to control the consciousness of the sea willow again." Zhang Xuanyu doubted this. "Is that a good idea? The sea willow is so big." Lu Renquang added, "Yes. Or let's just fight it. Then each of us can get a spiritual fruit anyway." Han Fei was helpless. "Yes, it won't be you who goes to get the fruit." "Why? Don't you have a try?" Han Fei suggested. "Are the sea willows conscious?" "You can try asking them. Anyway, they can produce one fruit every 100 years. Each of us only needs one. Try negotiating with them. Maybe they will be willing to give us some?" Puff. The others didn't know what to say. "Come on, that's 100 years. Not 100 days. But Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Let me try." After a while, they set off towards a sea willow. But before they got close, the wooden fish had begun to knock on each other. "Leave it to me." Luo Xiaobai squatted down and pressed the ground with one hand. A slender vine stretched out and soon entangled with the root of this tree. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white again. She was squatting on the ground motionlessly and seemed to be communicating with the sea willow. Han Fei marveled. "Wow, this ability is amazing. If she becomes stronger in the future, she will be able to control these sea willows. And it would also be good if she could make the sea willow her contractual spiritual plant." Xiao Xiaochan rolled her eyes at him. "I've never seen such a huge contractual spiritual plant. Are you kidding me?" Han Fei grinned. "The bigger, the better. Think about it. When you're in combat, such a large contractual spiritual plant alone could crush your enemy. And you wouldn't even need to do anything." Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan chatted about this boring topic. Hearing Han Fei's words, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were helpless. Han Fei was always full of crazy ideas. After a while, Luo Xiaobai suddenly stumbled. Xiao Xiaochan asked, "Xiaobai, what's wrong?" Luo Xiaobai, pale-faced, shook her head. "Although the sea willow is conscious, it is very difficult to communicate with it. And it doesn't seem to want to give us any spiritual fruit but just told us to leave here." Lu Renquang was stunned. "So, were you really talking to this tree? Wow. Awesome." Han Fei snorted. "If it refuses, then we'll take the fruit ourselves." "Does it think it has the final say? We just tried peaceful means before resorting to force. Does it think we are afraid of it?" Luo Xiaobai held her vines and gasped. "If we're going to snatch the fruit, we've got to be quick. I suspect that there is greater danger behind these sea willows." "Huh? Luo Xiaobai continued, when I communicated with this willow tree just now, I sensed a very powerful spiritual plant, much stronger than these willow trees. Han Fei asked, can we take that very powerful spiritual plant away? Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at him. No. Han Fei shrugged and said seriously, it's not easy to grab 4 fruits at a time. Can your spiritual energy hold on? No. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. I can't even handle one of these willow trees. Han Fei suggested, then use your trump card combat skills. Fatty, use your armor art. Xiaobai, why don't you test your death replacement art? Zhang Xuanyu, I haven't seen you use your mystic fatal rod. Why don't you use it? Hearing Han Fei's words, the others realized that they had been subconsciously ignoring their trump card combat skills. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Okay, I'll have a try. Han Fei cut her off, but your supreme stab is obviously used for assassinations. It may be effective in one-on-one combat, but not in this one. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, let's have a try then. I'll rush in first to attract the tree's attention. Lu Renquang said, when you use the death replacement art, I will follow you in. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan take this opportunity to pick the fruit. Zhang Xuanyu added, I'll attack from the other side, creating obstacles for the sea willows. They talked and planned out the battle, making loud noise. In the distance, Wenren covered her ears, but then smiled. This was what a team should be. Luo Xiaobai quickly swam to the sea willow. At the same time, thousands of vines popped out and began to attack. The vines were intertwined and turned into a huge claw, grabbing at the tree. The sea willow's response was not slow. As soon as it felt that the flow of water changed, thousands of wicker branches gathered and pressed against the giant vine claw. Bam! With a violent explosion, a figure flew out. And a large flower bud suddenly grew out of the vine a few hundred meters away in the blink of an eye, and Luo Xiaobai walked out of the bud. Luo Xiaobai said calmly, fight. Lu Renquang frowned and patted his armor box, which rattled. Swish, swish. 5 knives broke through the air in an instant. One shot forward and the other 4 encircled it. They flew out at a terrific speed, drawing a dazzling cross in the sea. Wherever they went, the branches were broken and the wooden fish were shattered. Even if some wooden fish exploded, the knives remained unaffected. Han Fei shot out as fast as a bolt of lightning, activating rage, fusing with Little Black and Little White, and having 9 tails attached to him. Xia Xiaochan flashed and sat on Han Fei. Han Fei slashed through the seawater, crushing all the golden fake fruit along the way. However, Han Fei wrongly estimated Little Black and Little White. The others had just created an opportunity to pick the fruit for Han Fei, only to see that 7 chains popped out behind him and his body almost turned into a ray of light in the seawater. Even Wenren was shocked to see this scene. Han Fei was really strong at the moment. Han Fei gained some time for Xia Xiaochan. The latter flashed and picked a golden fruit. But he didn't stop. Activating the million knife art, he quickly turned to the next willow tree and his body swirled like a drill. He Xiaoyu yelled, follow him. In front of the second tree, the others had just arrived and Han Fei had already drilled into it. Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. Is this guy crazy? He just rushed in like this? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. The plan has changed. Now let's fight in our own ways. Lu Renquang, go in to attract the attacks. Lu Renkuang's face turned dark. Why always Han Fei and I? Is it because we're fatter than others? Armor art. Thousand blade slash. Holding a big shield, Lu Renkuang rushed out. Blocking those violent explosions, he said to Han Fei, slow down, I'm running out of spiritual energy. Not only Lu Renkuang, but Luo Xiaobai, who was controlling the vines, were also running out of spiritual energy. When Xiao Xiaochan picked the second fruit, Han Fei continued to rush to the next tree. Luo Xiaobai shouted to him. Han Fei, slow down. We need spiritual energy. Han Fei paused, and when he was about to rush into the third sea willow, he suddenly landed on the seabed and drew a spirit-gathering array with one foot. At the same time, he swam backward to the sea willow and sent the spiritual energy into the bodies of Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang with his hands. Zhang Xuanyu gaped. Wow! Can spirit-gathering art be used like this? Xiao Xiaochan suddenly shouted, not good, the wooden fish have begun their attack again. Bam! The huge ripples shook Luo Xiaobai away, who had just entangled the third sea willow and hadn't launched an attack, and she spouted a mouthful of blood. Again. Lu Renkuang's thousand-blade slash was forcibly stopped, but his armor art was still on. Seeing that Han Fei rammed straight at the ripples, Xiao Xiaochan immediately shouted to him, what are you doing, you fool? With that, she flashed and appeared in front of Han Fei. Then she gathered all her spiritual energy and punctured the ripples with supreme stab. However, she was knocked off her feet by the ripples and their cooperation was interrupted. Han Fei didn't stop at all, but flew through the hole made by Xiao Xiaochan. No one else knew that Han Fei could only see real wood spiritual fruit. Thud. When this wood spiritual fruit was picked, Han Fei suddenly felt his head ache. And a strange power entered into his mind. Han Fei's face changed slightly. A soul attack? This blow made Han Fei sober up and his thirst for bloodshed was gone. Han Fei wanted to send a message to Zhang Xuanyu, asking him to block this soul attack. But he couldn't control his body very well. Although he was already a great fishing master, he still couldn't control Little Black and Little White well. However, fortunately Zhang Xuanyu was very sensitive to soul attacks. His face immediately changed. Xiao Xiaochan, go help Han Fei. Being struck by the airwaves of the ripples repeatedly, Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang had retreated. Zhang Xuanyu glared and the bloodthirsty shark suddenly appeared behind him. He stood on the bloodthirsty shark and his eyes turned red. Soul explosion. Boom. In the void, invisible energy suddenly erupted. Zhang Xuanyu tried to resist it, only to be nailed into the mud on the bottom of the sea. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Zhang Xuanyu, come back. Wenren had appeared beside the sea willow, ready to activate her sword. Grass. The current results were still acceptable to her. But if that thing came out, she would have to do something. Han Fei had rushed towards the fourth willow tree now. He certainly wouldn't stop now. The target was already close at hand. Although all the wooden fish were detonating along the way and bursting his spiritual energy protective cover over and over again, the gain was far more than the cost. Spirit gathering. Water thickening technique. Han Fei was immediately surrounded with spiritual energy and the water around him turned thick. Just when Han Fei was about to grab the spiritual fruit, out of the corner of his eyes, he glimpsed a little man emerging from the seabed. Mud. Yes, it was a man. Han Fei was horrified and immediately turned his body to One side. The next second, a branch suddenly whipped where he was just swimming. Owa. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat. He saw a treeman of human size, raising his hand. A trunk-like hand, waving at him. Han Fei glanced at Wenren and looked at the wood spiritual fruit again. Universe machete. In an instant, a broadsword shot out. Han Fei grabbed the fruit, but at this time, the branch reappeared and whipped Han Fei. Bam! Han Fei was nailed into the mud too. He felt his internal organs were rolling and tumbling. What the hell was that, little treeman? Outside. Roar. Dragon howling was heard. Needless to say, Xia Xiaochan had summoned her giant arowana. Han Fei vomited blood, and when he climbed out of the pit, he saw the giant arowana was roaring at the little treeman. The dragon roars made rough waves on the seabed. This sound wave was not much weaker than the roaring of the wooden fish. However, the little treeman blocked its howling attack with its trunk-like hand and opened his mouth at the giant arowana. The moment the little treeman roared back, Xia Xiaochan suddenly appeared behind him, with dazzling spiritual energy on her dagger. She stabbed the little treeman and pierced through his body. Everyone let out a breath of relief. She killed him. This little treeman was too weird. How could a tree look like a man? Xia Xiaochan retreated quickly. But in the next second, a branch appeared in front of Xia Xiaochan. Flash. However, as soon as Xia Xiaochan flashed and avoided the branch, another branch appeared beside her. Bam! Xia Xiaochan was whipped hard and vomited blood. This surprised everyone. 4. The first time in combat, Xia Xiaochan was injured because she wasn't fast enough. Han Fei jumped out of the pit and caught Xia Xiaochan. At the same time, blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew at the little treeman. Clank, clank, clank. Crack. Han Fei saw a branch snap off and then heard sobbing cries from the seawater. Like a little child was crying aggrievedly. Huh? Wenren, who was about to launch an attack, was surprised. Was the little treeman scared? Han Fei hadn't cancelled the fusion yet, but the time for rage was running out. He used the divine healing technique on Xia Xiaochan and rushed at the little treeman, activating his most brutal combat skill, Scar of War Shadows. Meanwhile, he secretly held the water-stirring seal in his hand. A branch suddenly grew out of the little treeman's hands. Snap. Bam. Han Fei was whipped into the soil again. Even the water-stirring seal failed to block the little treeman's attack. But Wenren saw clearly that Han Fei grabbed the branch of the little treeman. Although his hands were cut bloody, he did catch it. Bam! The water-stirring seal suddenly soared dozens of feet high and smashed at the little treeman. At the same time, Han Fei pulled the branch, and once again, blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot at the little treeman uniformly. But soon, Han Fei felt a tremendous force to break free of his hand, and the little treeman drilled into the soil and slipped away. A voice rang in Han Fei's mind. Don't come again, or I'll kill you. Han Fei scratched his head in shock, looked up and found that Wenren had approached them. Han Fei wondered, Teacher, are you going to attack him? Wenren took a deep look at Han Fei. Just go. You've gotten enough wood. Spiritual fruit. That little treeman is not something you can catch. Is he very strong? Wenren shook her head. He is a very special existence. In the deep-sea jungle, who has also mastered Xiaobai's death replacement art. And can even use that art repeatedly. Someone once tried to hunt him but failed. Xiao Xiaochuan was shocked. Even you can't catch him? Wenren shook her head. Sometimes, strength is not everything, especially for some strange creatures. It was a pity that Han Fei wasn't close enough to the treeman, so no data appeared in his eyes, and he didn't know what kind of creature this little treeman was. But how dare he speak to him that way? Han Fei thought to himself. I will come back in a few years. Just wait and see. After this little treeman showed up, Han Fei had a feeling that there must be a secret in this place, a secret that nobody had discovered. Unfortunately, this exploration had to stop here. If Wenren hadn't come, no one would have known what would have happened. Xiao Xiaochuan wondered, I just stabbed him, but it felt as if stabbing a piece of wood, and he didn't seem to feel anything. Han Fei simply said, tree men have no heart. The battle stopped and the 5 of them were all wounded. And this was only the level 2 fishery. They looked at each other in dismay. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. Fine, let's go. Lu Renquan also said, let's go back. I want to eat hot pot. Han Fei muttered, well, the fiery mountain. Wenren snorted. Forget about it. Go back to town. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Yeah, we really should go back. We need to take a rest. Lu Renquan agreed. I want to go back and get a good sleep. I'm swollen. Soaking in the water every day. Han Fei scoffed. Don't make excuses for yourself. You are just fat. Although you have lost a lot of weight, you are just about the same size as me. Han Fei. On the sea. Han Fei was fishing for kelp and jellyfish. There was too much seafood for the sea-swallowing seashell, so he asked Wenren to store them for him. He caught hundreds of sea urchins and even wanted to catch 2 sea turtles. Wenren's face turned dark. Han Fei, that's enough. Take off. Han Fei and Lu Renquan shouted at the same time, no, teacher, no hurry. Let's catch some more seafood. Wenren was helpless. My space is full. It's okay, teacher. We can store them in the cabin. Wenren. It wasn't until this guy filled up the cabin with seafood that they started flying back to the Blue Sea town. On the way, Han Fei asked, why can't we go to the fiery mountain, teacher? Wenren said casually, you will know it by then. Anyway, you've explored all the most dangerous places in the level 2 fishery, except for the fiery mountain, and have got all the opportunities you can get. Have a good rest and start again. Although Wenren looked calm, she had never once been calm in the past 2 months. These kids really opened her eyes. They caught so many exotic creatures, destroyed the den of the Blue Sea wandering dragon, and explored 3 of the 4 recognized forbidden places in the level 2 fishery. The rock-holding turtle alone had surprised her, let alone the piercing electricity zone and the deep-sea jungle. At this time, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly asked, Han Fei, where is the rod you pulled out? Let me see it. Han Fei cast a contemptuous glance at Zhang Xuanyu and said, I've decided I will use a rod from now on. Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. You speak as if I'm going to take it away from you. Although you pulled it out, you can't lift it. I will be able to lift it sooner or later. When they returned to the Thug Academy, it was just late in the evening, and Old Bai and Xiao Zhan were making hot pot. Before the food in the hot pot was cooked, the 2 began to drink wine. The 2 were drinking and suddenly saw Wenren and the others appear from thin air. It'll be your turn next time, Xiao Zhan. Xiaozhan was surprised. Oh, you are back so soon. Wenren asked crossly, so how long did you want me to stay at sea? Xiaozhan hurriedly put down the wine cup. No, have they learned spiritual perception? Wenren sneered. Spiritual perception? Your good students have traversed everywhere in the level 2 fishery except the fiery mountain, and even a rock-holding turtle was released by them. Didn't you hear in the town? Puff. Rock-holding turtle? Old Bai's eyes almost popped out. Stone forest? Wenren narrowed her eyes. Do you know that there is a rock-holding turtle in the stone forest? Old Bai shook his head. No. That's just a legend, but no one had seen it. The stone forest is literally a maze, and there is also a seal, which no one knows. What is suppressing the great fishing masters who entered the stone forest were mostly killed and the survivors were very few. How could I know that? There is really a rock-holding turtle inside? Xiaozhan lunged to his feet curiously. So, did you see a rock-holding turtle? Does the boulder on its back really record magical combat skills? Wenren frowned. I didn't see it, but Han Fei and the other students did. But just for a little while. You can ask them about the details. They should be arriving soon. As soon as she said so, Lu Renkuang's voice came from behind the door. I smell hot pot. It's great that I can eat hot pot as soon as I get home. Han Fei shouted quickly, President, don't rush to eat. I've got ingredients. Here, fresh. Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. All you two know is eating. Xia Xiaochan added, I miss my little treehouse so much. It's really uncomfortable to float on the sea. Han Fei agreed. But we often ate hot pot at sea, too. As they chattered, the Thug Academy's cold and quiet campus seemed to be a bit more vibrant at once. Of course, it was just a bit more. The five of them ran to the table cheerfully, greeted Old Bai and Xiaozhan, and started to make the food. Fei, where is the grill? Lu Renkuang asked. Here you are. Han Fei took out the barbecue grill, threw it on the ground, and at the same time took out a bunch of things from the sea-swallowing seashells, such as kelp, jellyfish, squid tentacles, clams, conch, crayfish, starfish, pearl fish. In the end, he even pulled out a plate ray and spider crab. Xia Xiaochan widened her eyes. Han Fei, when did you catch the plate rays and spider crabs? Their bodies were scattered around and I picked up some. Seeing this, Old Bai and Xiaozhan froze. Old Bai said helplessly, did you go to cultivate or look for ingredients? Xiaozhan asked, Han Fei, is your sea-swallowed seashell full of these kinds of things? Han Fei scratched his head. Otherwise, there's nothing else to put in. Anyways, I can't just lay the sea-swallowing seashell idle without using it. Oh, I still have hundreds of squid tentacles here. And there are also many sea urchins and the like in Ms. Wenren's shell. Old Bai and Xiaozhan looked at Wenren as if asking, since when did you become their warehouse? Wenren face was black. Ho, my sea-swallowing seashell is stuffed. The hot pot was ready and the teachers and students gathered around the table. Old Bai was busy eating and only Xiaozhan was asking about their experience in the level 2 fishery. After a moment, Xiaozhan asked, so, have you all mastered spiritual perception now? Luo Xiaobai's face lit up. Yes. But the consciousness ranges of me and Lu Renkuang are still very small, and Han Fei and Xiaochan have the largest ranges. Xiaozhan was actually surprised. Originally, they just let them have a try. but didn't expect that they would all succeed. Xiaozhan asked another question, is the painting on the back of the rock holding turtle really so magical? Can it even enhance your spiritual perception? Luo Xiaobai's face lit up again. Yes. This was discovered by Han Fei. After we tried it, we were very sure that it really could. Xiaozhan took a deep breath. Then you must remember that picture. This is a great opportunity, which others don't have. During the whole process, only Luo Xiaobai was answering his questions. Han Fei and the others were eating. From capturing exotic creatures to the fire cloud cave, the piercing electricity zone, the stony forest, and the deep sea jungle, everything sounded so exciting. When Luo Xiaobai said that they met the little treeman in the deep-sea jungle, Old Bai suddenly said, "Don't go to the deep-sea jungle again." Hearing his words, Han Fei, who was busy eating and drinking, immediately asked, "Is it because of that little treeman, President?" Old Bai grunted. "Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Anyway, you've got what you can get. There is nothing in the deep-sea jungle that you need to get." Han Fei continued to ask, "President, are there any secrets in the deep-sea jungle?" Everyone was listening keenly, but Old Bai just snorted. "Secrets my ass. In the infinite ocean, there are countless jungles that are more dangerous than the deep-sea jungle. The 300-mile jungle is nothing. Have you ever seen a 100,000-mile seabed jungle? 100,000 miles? The students exclaimed. All the ordinary fisheries, Level 1 fishery and Level 2 fishery in Blue Sea Town, didn't add up to 100,000 miles. Old Bai. Are you sure you are not kidding? Old Bai cast a contemptuous glance at them. Is 100,000 miles very large to you? In many unknown places, let alone a 100,000-mile deep-sea jungle, there are even million-mile ones. Any creature in them can kill you at will. Don't think you are strong. You are just small fries. Han Fei and the others believed what he said, but that was still too far away from them. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "President, how big is our world?" A random sea jungle can extend 1,000,000 miles? Are there also million-mile coral reefs or what? Old Bai sneered. No one knows how big this world is in the entire 1,000-star city, including the Castellan. And you're asking me this question? Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that this planet is super large. Old Bai picked up a piece of squid tentacle and put it into his mouth. I can tell you some hearsay. The infinite ocean you talk about every day does exist. It is in the unknown place outside the unknown place. According to the records of ancient books, that sea area alone extends hundreds of millions of miles. And very few people who have entered it can return. Han Fei was stunned. Doesn't infinite ocean just describe how vast the sea is? Old Bai shook his head. That's just a sea area. Maybe there is another infinite ocean at the end of the infinite ocean. When you grow up and go to these unknown places, maybe you can know them better. For some reason, Han Fei was a little bit excited. Han Fei asked again. President, then what is the unknown place? Can we go to the unknown place after we go to the Level 3 fishery? Old Bai said casually, only if you survive the Level 3 fishery. The Level 3 fishery is completely another story compared to the Level 2 fishery. You can ask Xiaozhan and Wenrenyu how dangerous it is. The students immediately turned their eyes to them. Xiaozhan said honestly, the Level 3 fishery is full of peril, where There are thousands of dangerous secret areas, and many places have seals. Even dangling fishers and hidden fishers may be killed there, not to mention fishing masters. Han Fei and the others were shocked. No wonder that they could only get to the Level 3 fishery via the teleportation array. That place was completely not at the same level as the Level 2 fishery. At this time, Han Fei remembered that Ren Tianfei said that he had left him a chance at the Level 3 fishery. But could he come back from it alive? Wenren Yu said flatly, "Don't think too much. After the meal, get your asses up to cultivate and take time to digest what you experienced these 2 months. Except for Han Fei, who is responsible for cooking, the others don't come out before upgrading." Han Fei